If you open up your BNet and launch World of Warcraft Classic, the new Season of Discovery tab should now be visible. If it's not for some reason, I would say make sure your client is updated to the latest version. Mine is on 1.15.0. You can see there are 4 realms currently listed. 1 normal PvE, 2 PvP, and 1 RP PvP, which was revealed earlier in the week. So of course, this is always subject to change, but as of right now, there are 4 servers listed. We were also informed that we won't be receiving server names ahead of time to prevent faction imbalance and bias, so each one is simply named A Realm at the moment. I like that little cover-up. Just for comparison, Hardcore only has 2 servers, but then again they are only PvE with no PvP server options. At the moment, Season of Discovery already has 2 more servers, with only 1 being PvE. Looking back,
the Season of Discovery will throw basically everything we know about the vanilla meta out of the window. The combination of new abilities, new gear, and a restrictive level cap are going to make for tons of emergent gameplay, theory crafting, and opportunities to experience the game we all know so well in a brand new light. But where there is change and choice, eventually we all know that the best options will be figured out, and that certain specs will rise to the top. Until their level cap changes again, even more runes are added, and we get to do this all over again. Season of Discovery is going to be something special on release though, I really do believe that. But now I've gone over every single class and known rune in videos so far, I want to do a bit of a recap. Which classes do I think will perform the best in Phase 1? And which ones need a few more levels before they start to really pick up in performance. Because whilst runes will certainly change your class a lot, being level 25 is also kind of a big deal. And for some classes you're missing tons of your core talents or abilities, and this is something which will heavily influence how I consider each class as a whole. And of course we still don't have all the information as to what Blizzard are planning. Even during Phase 1 of the game, it is a season about discovery. Who knows how many secrets will be waiting for us. Nevertheless, maybe you are on the fence as to what to play, or you just want to compare what you think will be the top performer and why. Final thing to mention is I'll be putting classes in order from bottom to top, and we'll cover the classes from a viewpoint of how they will do overall, whether you want to PvP or PvE more this season. So with all that said, let's make a start. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Dragonair Silent Gods. Dragonair Silent Gods is an open-world strategy game available on PC, the Epic Games Store, Mac, iOS, Android, and Steam, which has seen over 10 million downloads worldwide since its global launch, securing at the top spot in more than 10 regions. You can click the link in the description box to download the game and join D&D Legends in Dragonair today. Dungeons & Dragons itself is the world's most popular tabletop role-playing game, and the first phase of Dragonair's collaboration with Dungeons & Dragons was officially launched. Dragonair Silent Gods combines the decision-making and team-building of role-playing games with the unpredictability and chance of tabletop games, and is inspired by both Western themes as well as Dungeons & Dragons itself. For those who enjoy D&D, they will also find familiarity in Dragonair Silent Gods through the unique character creation system, tactical battles, moment-to-moment decision-making, and of course the unknowable outcome when it comes to rolling the dice. Recently, Dragonair Silent Gods has teamed up with D&D 2 and will introduce iconic Dungeons & Dragons characters Drizzt Do'Urden and Ertuin to the game on November 17th, as well as offering other iconic D&D characters through future seasonal content releases. On top of that, during this collaboration, Drizzt and his Black Panther Gwenhwyvar will also have their own storyline to play through fully. You can check out Dragonair Silent Gods and their D&D collab today by clicking the link in the description to download the game for free. Many thanks to Dragonair Silent Gods for the sponsor today. Let's get back to WoW. The unenviable, yet also inevitable last place has to go to Warrior. I mean, come on, you're a Warrior at level 25, what did you expect here? Out of every class, Warrior is missing a staggering amount of their toolkit in this early stage of Season of Discovery, and that's going to really impact them. You don't even have Berserker stance by level 25, you learn that at 30. So amongst other things, you're missing Whirlwind, Berserker Rage, Pommel, Intercept, and so many more key abilities. You also won't have enough talent points to spec either into Sweeping Strikes in the Arms Tree or Death Wish in Fury, so it's going to be that early game warrior experience where you're charging in, pressing Sunder Armor, and just kind of hoping Wind Fury procs. And that's before we even get to Rage Generation at low levels. Vanilla warriors are infamous for their slow start to the game, and being capped at 25 most definitely does not do them any favors here either. And to be honest, if warriors were even moderately good at 25, I would be terrified of how they will look at 60. We all know that this class scales into the late game better than anyone else does, and I'm not expecting that to change. All this being said though, even though a lot of the warrior runes are very powerful and add a lot of flat percentage damage, it's going to take some time before they start appearing on your damage meters. On the PvP side of things, I think it's a similar story. You're just missing too many important parts of your toolkit, which make you really start to deal damage. Sure, you can charge in from combat now and that removes roots with Warbringer, but when you close the gap, you're going to do what exactly? Hamstring and then hope that overpower procs? I will say, however, that I think protection looks good even at 25. Unlike the warrior DPS specs, they do have a lot of their abilities available early, and the new runes make protection warrior smoother to play, and frankly able to deal some damage too. I mean, when Sunder's at 5 stacks, Devastate is going to be doing 150% weapon damage, and that is spammable. So get a nice slow weapon, a Feral Wind Fury on it, and they should be doing quite well. Warriors will start to see improvements as early as level 40, I think, but in this bracket starting at 25, I think they're going to experience that typical warrior slow start, and their best spec will be protection. Next is another class which you typically find at the top of class lists in vanilla, the Rogue. Let's start with PvE. We have the Rogue tank, which is now a thing, but at level 25 those mitigation stats just aren't going to be where they need to be, and when hits do inevitably land on you, you have no bonus armor stat at all, so you're going to be a really unpredictable tank to heal. On top of that, what happens to a rogue tank when they take a stun? Sure, they get uncrittable through a rune, but it's just a rogue getting hit by mobs? That doesn't seem very good. And there are a lot of stuns in vanilla too. It seems strange, this whole rogue tanking thing. Part of tanking is being able to take a hit and having some idea how much damage you will be receiving. With rogue, it's either I take no damage or I take all the damage, and there is no in between. Rogue also has a complete lack of any AoE whatsoever and loses combo points when tabbing, so threat management on multiple mobs is going to be poor. But on the DPS side of things, poisons also need more charges in my opinion, but the assassination build seems solid at this early stage, and it will probably be the thing to play if you are a rogue enjoyer, because combat is just missing a lot of buttons. Talents such as sword spec, weapon expertise, blade flurry and adrenaline rush will all not be available at 25, and combat really needs them to start picking up. Going daggers down a backstab build has a few more decent talents higher up the tree, but compared to other classes it's just minus 20 energy on backstab, which I don't think is going to be quite keeping pace with some other classes at level 25. For PvP, you're playing rogue without cheap shot, kidney shot, or blind. I don't know if I need to really add anything else to that statement, but you better be able to find a build that one-shots people, or you're going to turn around and get one-shot. Now, I'm pretty confident in putting Rogue and Warrior where they are, but after that, things start getting a bit more complicated. Next up, I've decided to put Priest, but honestly, the next 3 classes are all super close together for me. I think Priest's healing identity has just straight up been improved, and that very much goes for PvE and PvP. In PvP, Disc has Barrier, Penance, Death, and Strength of Soul to choose from, which are all such good options. They also will have a Dispel at 25, and Priests will have learned both of their racial abilities. In PvE, there's nothing to complain about with Priests either. You are missing a bit of your kit, such as Prayer of Healing and Greater Heal, but I'm expecting Priests to still be steady performers as usual. The problems early on are going to be with Shadow. At 25, it's just not going to be great, and there are 2 reasons why. First is between Shadow Weaving, Darkness, and Shadow Form, you're missing a potential 40% bonus shadow damage. That's a big number. The second problem is mana. Nothing has been shown so far to alleviate the problem Shadow Priests have in spending their mana bar within the space of a minute. On the PvP side of things, some kind of Shadow build will be decent in 1v1s, but Priests always are good at doing that kind of thing. And at 40 and beyond, Shadow will see a very noticeable jump in power, and hopefully some kind of mana related spell. But at 25 it might feel like a bit of a waiting room for the Shadow Priest enjoyers. If you're a healer who wants to PvE or PvP though, you're gonna have a good time. Next I put Druid, a class that has received a ton of highly impactful abilities. In fact, I wish I could put them higher, but the classes towards the top are ones which I'm pretty sure are all going to be able to do some pretty overpowered stuff. Whereas Druid just seems more fair and reasonable. Wild Strikes giving Wind Fury to Feral makes this spec suddenly really highly prized in raiding. And at 25 they will be the only source of Wind Fury for both factions, so you're going to want lots of Feral Druids. Feral can now become crit immune, takes way less damage, has way better single target threat. The only problem is still AoE threat, but Bear Druids were already great in vanilla, they're going to be amazing in Season of Discovery. Balance can now cast Wrath for free, has Star Surge, and just some much needed variety to their playstyle. Hopefully they should see a bit more relevance on the damage meters. No Moonkin form at level 25 though, obviously. And Restoration has received a bunch more healing spells, and hopefully they can lean into that heal over time identity a bit more than just being stuck casting Healing Touch. There is nothing that's really a problem for Druids which I foresee, but I just don't think they're going to be able to do anything which feels really overpowered at this early bracket. On the PvP side of things, it's going to be a similar story to how Druids have always played, with a very hit and run playstyle. Of course you won't have Travel Form at level 25, but between damage over time and heal over time effects, you should still be able to gradually wear people down. Number 5 for me is the Shaman, and I'm going to say straight away if this were the 40 bracket, they would be in the top 3 easily. But we aren't at the 40 bracket, and man, our Shaman just missing so much from their toolkit at 25. You don't have your Wind Totem at all, meaning no Wind Fury Totem. In fact, no Wind Fury weapon in view either. No Chain Heal, no Chain Lightning. Aside from Warrior, I think this class loses out the most from being this low of a level. However, this has been counterbalanced somewhat by the fact Shaman have got some absolutely busted runes, such as Lava Burst and Overload. These will be good at the start of the season and will only get better. As of doing the video, it appears as though Dual Wield Enhance will be the go-to initially, and as much as I love to see two-handed work one day, dual wield specs tend to just do good damage in vanilla. Restoration looks fine, it does need Chain Heal though to be able to take off as a powerful raid-wide healer. Elemental is the spec to watch though. At 25 it will just be okay, and it's missing so many talents which will make it power spike super hard at level 40. But I guarantee crit on Lava Burst is always going to be very big. In PvP, Shaman will also feel a bit slow to play. No Wind Totem means no grounding, which is a big part of your defensive toolkit, but if you consider the back and cast spells, Shamans just tend to do pretty well. I think the tank spec for the Shaman looks quite well rounded. It gets mana back when you block, you get this stacking armor buff, it has AoE threat, it has a taunt. It really has everything that you need to make a tank work, and I think it will be quite solid at this early level. So those three classes, Priest, Druid and Shaman, feel quite close together for me. When I think about it, I often want to change where I put them, but then I think of a reason not to. They all have at least one spec which will perform very well, but are generally just missing those few key talents or abilities to really start doing something overpowered. All of the classes that are left, however, I'm pretty sure are going to feel quite powerful even at level 25. Next, I have Mage, and I think there will be a good amount of experimentation with all three of their specs, as well as their new identity as a healer. And even though heals were nerfed quite heavily during the PTR, it's still going to scale like an absolute monster in AoE situations, and provided your tank isn't getting globaled, they're just going to sit on good health all of the time. Counter to other healers too, Arcane Mages can keep building damage to improve their healing output, which is going to put them in this spot where they can be amazing on AoE, whilst also doing a great amount of healing. I'm not sure their single target heals will keep up quite as well given the current state of runes which we know, and it does feel as though some part of their kit is missing that will be needed for tank healing in vanilla. And to be honest, it tends to be the case where raid healing is quite low and tank healing is quite high, so we'll see what happens here. Arcane as a DPS build has potential if a fight will end before your mana bar is gone. Your raid is also sure to be running multiple druids due to them now bringing Wind Fury, but they won't have Innovate until level 40. Saying that, early on as a mage you do have Evocation and Arcane Surge, but no mana gem. Arcane as a DPS build might be more of an attractive option during phase 2 of the season though. Fire is not bad at 25, you know. You can talent into improved Fireball and Ignite on top of runes such as Burnout and Living Flame and Bomb, which should make you do some respectable damage if you're lucky enough to score a few crits. But Fire really does need crit for it to start taking off. Also, don't forget about rolling Ignites in vanilla, and when it comes to that, you're going to need a lot more than 15% bonus crit. Frost honestly looks kinda busted to me, and perhaps the only thing holding it back is that you can only get 1 point in Shatter by level 25. But with Fingers of Frost, Ice Lance and Icy Veins, the mage should be in a good spot here in all areas of content. Also, Cold Snap, which you can get by level 25, says finishes the cooldown on all of your frost spells, and Icy Veins is a frost spell, so you're gonna get 2 uses out of it. I'm also assuming Fingers of Frost can proc off slow immune targets, meaning you'll be able to Ice Lance in PvE, and it should be some good efficient damage, even if you are missing a ton of crit. In PvP, this class will be played on a Knife's Edge, and will probably be the highest skill cap class at 25. You do get a good amount of tools early, including Polymorph, Frost Nova, Evocation, Counterspell, Blink, Decurse, and many more. Also, if Frostbite works the way it does in later expansions, it will proc Fingers of Frost guaranteed, leading to mages being a very mobile caster. The issue is this class is so squishy. If the hunter gets a jump on you, you're just dead in 2 globals. You do have Mana Barrier, which only stops physical damage in vanilla by the way, Frost and Fire Ward as well as Frost Armor, but that's it. No Ice Barrier, no Ice Block, and the mage's health pool is infamously low early game. Overall though, I think the mage is going to be a great pick at level 25. On to the top 3, the first is Paladin. Simply put, all 3 specs can get to a point where they're strong at 25 through talents, and they gain a lot of their utility early on, and many of their new runes are extremely strong. Early game Paladins will get Purify, which is Cleanse minus the Magic Dispel part, Blessing of Freedom, Blessing of Protection, a 4-second Hammer of Justice, Lay on Hands, and Divine Protection. Divine Protection just being bubble, but it doesn't last as long. Reps can talent down to Seal of Command and Pursuit of Justice for some much needed damage and movement speed, and they also get new buttons to press such as Crusader Strike, Divine Storm, and even Exorcism will work on any target. They may not do so well in long encounters, as typically Rets have struggled with the whole mana bar issue, but while they're active and pressing their buttons, they're going to be showing on your damage meters. And in PvP, a 4-second stun from Hammer of Justice may be long enough for a Retribution Paladin to delete the majority of your health bar, especially when you throw on the few Seal of Command procs in there. Protection Paladins have enough points to get Consecration from the Holy Tree, which you're going to have to do. And to be fair, after that, you don't really have many points left, but the runes will fill the gaps in your kit very nicely. Also, I'm just saying a ton of this lower level content is going to be AoE pull focused in PvE, since it's dungeon content that's been upscaled to raids. Sure, your Protection Paladin won't be able to compete on single target threat with a druid or a warrior, but on AoE, nobody even comes close to what they can do. I think Protection Paladin's toolkit will fit very nicely for what we will need for the majority of PvE content in Season of Discovery. I think it's going to feel like the difference between doing a TBC Heroic with a prop pally versus not having a prop pally, and that, if you didn't play it, was night and day. Holy is perhaps on the weaker side compared to Ret and Prot. They did get some super powerful runes, and Beacon kind of just doubles their healing output. But the potential issues lie in the fact that you don't have enough talents to get Illumination at 25, and even if you did, you don't have much spell crit anyway. All the same, Holy can still be a very high utility pick, whilst also bringing some good heals, so I don't think you're ever going to have a problem seeing a Holy Paladin in your group. Overall, Paladin is just a very well-rounded class at this early stage, and it has a lot going for it in both PvP and PvE. Because of this, I rate them really highly. Next is Hunter. So Hunter as a class has always done very well at the lower level brackets. Now I will say, as of the most recent PTR build, the rune combo that I was thinking was going to make Hunters super overpowered has been toned down. Lone Wolf has gone from a 25% bonus damage to 15%, and Sniper training from 30% bonus crit to 10. I guess welcome to a version of the game where things are actively balanced. Not something we're all too used to in Classic. Nevertheless, I still think Hunter is an absolute powerhouse pick for the 25 bracket, despite the oncoming nerfs. This is just how good this class is at a low level. Beast Mastery should also be playable at 25 if you do want to play it. Pets at low levels relative to the Hunter are still very strong, and whilst Hunters will be more of a single target focused class, they should be able to put up some very good numbers. Also, don't forget you can spec into aim shot by level 25. I'm not entirely sure how tanks are going to be holding threat when you have so much crit, but friendly reminder to all Hunters in vanilla, disengage does exist and it reduces your threat by a flat amount, and since you don't have Feign Death yet, you should get used to using that button. For PvP, if a Hunter gets an opener on a fight, they're pretty much going to win it, and Ashen Vale has a whole lot of places off to the side where you can hide. I've mentioned it before, but Night Elf Hunters being able to shadow meld and then pop out and do an aim shot into a chimera shot or whatever it may be is going to be something that's really hard to do anything about. As for the melee Hunter with Wind Fury, it might actually be okay, but I feel as though it needs better stat scaling though. For example, both Rogues and Hunters gain 1 melee attack power per point of agility, but Rogues need a bit under half as much agility per point of crit gained. Hunter's agility scaling is pretty much all tied into the fact they gain 2 points of ranged attack power per 1 agility. This is looking kind of long term though. Maybe Hunters just need some better strength scaling to make up for it, and I'm sure the other melee won't mind them rolling on their gear anyway, right? Another big issue with the melee Hunter at the moment is that they don't have a good way to actually get on their target. In Legion, when this spec was first introduced, they had an ability called Harpoon, which is basically Death Grip, but reverse. The Hunter pulls themselves to the target. So in PvP, I guess you're just going to be concussive shotting and then trying to run people down with Cheetah. I don't know, sounds kind of goofy to me. Either way, I think overall Hunter is looking in an excellent spot for both PvE and PvP in this early part of Season of Discovery, and I think they're going to be a top performer. Which means I think the class that will do overall best from the 25 bracket, as far as we know at the moment, will be the Warlock. Okay, totally no bias here, I swear. I don't even want to say I think the class I main will be the best, because it's another way of saying I think they are the most likely to be nerfed. I will say, however, perhaps the biggest weakness they have are on abilities. Some of the ranks of damage over time effects they have won't be doing a huge amount of damage, but the runes Warlocks have alongside their talent choices will make for a ton of experimentation. You can go down the destruction tree as fire and see how that does. You can spec into Affliction, get 1 point in Nightfall, put corruption on everything, and hope for procs so you can just spam Shadow Bolt Volley. Or you can go for the newer playstyle and be a tank instead. The first tanking spec ever in World of Warcraft that will be fully ranged, by the way. You can also have an instant corruption, and you'll have instant searing pain too. And this class stands to gain a whole lot more power as the season progresses too, where you can mix and match more talent choices. I don't think it's strictly always going to be the best on single target or AoE, but there are so many options on what you can do with the Warlock, even at level 25, that I think it is one to watch out for. And I'm not as sold on the whole Affliction build for PvE if I'm honest. However, I do think it will be the strongest leveling build in the game, outside of Mage's ability to AoE farm of course, and leveling is a pretty big bit of vanilla, so that is not too bad either. And then we get on to PvP, and there is just no way Warlock is not overpowered here. A damage over time drain life, a rune to activate that increases your armor by 500% as well as an instant searing pain, and what else do they get? Voidwalker Sack, Healthstone, Fear. Yeah, this class is going to be absolutely busted. It won't be as great in larger scale PvP to be fair, but locks will be an absolute nuisance to deal with if you can't dispatch them quickly. There is just nothing not to like here, and I believe Warlock has multiple viable specs to try out across different runes and talents, and for that reason I put them at the number 1 spot. And those are my thoughts for the classes in Phase 1 of Season of Discovery pre-release. Again, we're going into this with incomplete information. Things are absolutely going to change, and I'm very much expecting the unexpected too. With so many people trying out various different builds and specs, it's pretty much guaranteed that some kind of combination of items or talents arises that turns out to just be turbo broken. But that's going to be the fun part of the season, isn't it? What do you think for the classes I have covered here though? Are any of them going to do way better than I've estimated, or do you largely agree with what I've said? Let me know below. And as always, thank you all so much for watching and listening in, and I'll see you all in the next one very soon.
Getting started playing World of Warcraft as a new or even returning player can be pretty overwhelming nowadays. And I would say probably one of the most confusing and intimidating pieces of getting started in World of Warcraft is setting up your add-ons. For better or for worse, add-ons are a huge part of this game, and they're going to make your life a lot easier, especially in Classic WoW. Now, I like to be as minimalist as possible with my add-on usage because they just take up UI space, use up computer resources. So if I had to use only 10 add-ons, these are the ones I would choose. Now, if by some chance you're actually looking for a guide for retail add-ons, I made a video and I'll put the link up here, and I'll also leave a link down in the description to all of the add-ons I mentioned today. Now, these are in no particular order, but of course the first one I have to mention is Questy. Believe it or not only the objectives of quests are not marked on the map, you actually can't even see the actual quest givers and turn-ins themselves on the mini-map, and finding and turning in the quest should be the easy part, and that's hard enough without this add-on. So finding the actual objectives for these quests without this add-on is just tedious. I know some people actually just want to get a quest, read it, try and figure it out, but 95% of players want to get a quest, know where to go do it, and bring it right back. And you're really not going to be able to do that efficiently without this add-on, so this should absolutely be, if you were going to use just one add-on the entire time in Classic WoW, this is the one I would say. And guys, let us know below if there's an add-on that you think would be really helpful to new players and it doesn't make it on my list. Throw it down in the comments for people to find. And not only does Questy show you where to pick up, turn in, and the actual objectives of quests on the map, it'll allow you to put a bunch of different other indicators for things that might be important to you, like let's say profession and class trainers. Those are super relevant Classic, obviously, and you need to know where they are, but they can be really hard to find. Using Questy, you can make it so that their little icon is always on the map at any given time. So if there's one in the local vicinity, you'll see it on the mini map, or if you're just looking for one on the world map, you can find it. Phenomenal add-on, can't overstate it, go download it. Now, number 2 is probably not one a lot of people are going to expect, and it might actually be a bit of a controversial one, but it is one of my favorite add-ons, and that is WoW Pro Guides. Now, what I really love about this is its usefulness with just giving me some direction when it comes to my leveling experience. Because in Classic WoW, it's really a sandbox experience. Like, you're just thrown into it and you just kind of got to figure it out. I personally like to have a little bit of directive when it comes to my questing experience. Now, I don't necessarily want it to be like a linear experience, almost like it is in retail. However, I want a little framework. And what this add-on does is it gives me that little bit of a framework to work off of, but it isn't restrictive. And I think a big barrier to entry for a lot of new players when it comes to WoW Classic is just not knowing what the hell to do. In modern day, gamers are very used to being kind of handheld with how to have an experience, and you'll get none of that in WoW Classic. So I think a lot of new players, even myself, will just want a little guidance on how to go forward with their leveling experience, because you'll quickly learn if you just move from one zone to the next by location, you're quickly going to be out leveled by the mobs versus what you can get from the actual quest. So this just gives you a little bit of directive of where to go, what to do, just so you stay caught up, and it gives you a nice path through your leveling experience. This, I would say, works very well in conjunction with Questy, and I think you're definitely going to want both. I know there are some add-ons that you need to pay for to get this kind of experience, but this is a free version of it and it works extremely well. And from what I've seen from other people using the paid services, this one pretty much seems like the exact same thing, you just don't pay. So yeah, WoW Pro Guides, awesome leveling add-on. Another one that I think doesn't get enough coverage that I'm definitely going to recommend is LFG Bulletin Board. WoW Classic is so based around forming up groups and just doing local things, and it can be a little hard to do that without this add-on. And that really falls down to 2 reasons. Your server might just be too populated and it's hard to even keep up with the chat channels, or you could have the opposite problem where there's not enough, or people just aren't in your zone looking for that group. You might be in Orgrimmar, but you're looking for a group for Scarlet Monastery and looking for group or trade. Well, there's actually 4 people at Scarlet Monastery looking for one more person, which could be you, but they're using a different chat channel. What this add-on actually does is it will compile all the data it's getting from the chat channels and put it into one nice bulletin board. So as people list groups that they're looking for or people they're looking for, they'll actually pull keywords and phrases out of the chat to put that into the bulletin and separate them. It's a really nice add-on that makes it feel like you don't need a group finder tool or anything like that to be efficient. And this isn't only for instance content, it also has a miscellaneous section. So if you're looking for a group for Hogger, you'll probably make it on the bulletin bulletin board as well. So LFG bulletin board, super helpful. Now up next, another absolute necessity, at least for me, and an absolute classic, that is Bagnon. Bagnon is used by pretty much every player for the most part. It's a replacement for the bag interface. It can organize all of your bags into a single window. It'll highlight the important items. You can actually search for it. There's a little search bar at the top, which allows you to search for specific items if you just have a lot of stuff. It pretty much is just a really good way to improve your bag interface, and especially with the fact that it just combines them all to one. Definitely one of those things you don't appreciate it until it's gone. It will just make your life so much more efficient, especially with the aspect of like highlighting the quest items in your bag versus just the regular items. That can't be overstated how important that is for new players, because you can actually destroy quest items in Classic. The game does not babysit you, so if you so choose, you can delete a quest item which maybe took you a long time to get, and you'll still be able to do that with Bagnon downloaded. However, the quest item will be promptly marked, because you can be forgiven deleting an item without Bagnon, but if you do it with it, that's just kind of on you at that point. No reason not to have it. Makes your life a lot better. Go get it. Now, number 5, I have to go ahead and recommend Bartender. Bartender is like a full action bar replacement modification system. It allows you to basically make your UI look however you want using your action bars. And a lot of people like to keep the OG classic WoW look for their action bars just for the sake of it. And you can do that while using this add-on, but you can also manipulate the things around it to also allow you to customize it. So you can still keep that very classic action bar look while still being able to put functional and very useful buttons all around it. Or you might be all about function over form, so you just want to manipulate your action bars however you can to make it as most efficient for you. And in that case, you could change it to something like this, where it just feels more compact, but also everything is still very visible. I kind of go back and forth between what I like, and you can do that. You can set presets and switch back and forth quickly. Maybe for instance, you just want to have one for raiding and then one for just out in the open world where you like that classic look. You can switch back and forth very quickly. There's an unfortunate lack of UI manipulation availability when it comes to classic WoW, so add-ons like this really make things more customizable. Let's say you have a trinket you're always forgetting to press. You can put one giant button in the middle of your screen that is just for that trinket. I can guarantee you from there, you're not going to forget to press it anymore. But really, you can do whatever you want with Bartender, and you should definitely have it. At number 6, we have such a small and minor add-on that makes a massive impact on how you're going to experience World of Warcraft, and that is Scrap. And I know if you know what Scrap is, you maybe think I'm being dramatic, but do you know how annoying it is having your bags full and then going out to do quests and realizing, oh, I didn't sell my stuff? Scrap, for the most part, takes care of that for you. You're going to pick up a lot of junk items in World of Warcraft Classic, and what this add-on does is it automatically sells those gray quality items, which just saves you the effort of doing so and also saves you from forgetting to do so. Because let me tell you, inventory and bag space in World of Warcraft Classic is one of the most valuable things that you just don't appreciate until you don't have the bag space. And it might be a 5-minute run till you get to the next vendor to sell your stuff to anyways, and by the time you get there, you just want to turn back around and get out there, so you forget to sell everything. This is such a frustrating thing to happen, and I promise it happens all the time, so just get Scrap and save yourself the headache. Now, at number 7, I feel like I have to recommend Deadly Boss Mods. This is another one of those add-ons where if you've been playing World of Warcraft, you just have it. This add-on is just so essential when it comes to more difficult endgame raiding and instance content, and you're already gonna be facing an uphill battle just learning the game of World of Warcraft. There's so much to take in that if you try joining groups of experienced veteran players, people typically just expect you to know what you're gonna do, and you're not going to. So with something like Deadly Boss Mods, this can at least give you a little bit of an edge with learning the fights, or at least just getting through them. There's generally nothing too demanding when it comes to WoW Classic content. However, it's still nice to have something there watching your back. Up next, we have Damage Details Meter, and while I don't think this is as important as something like retail, I still think it's good to have. Now, I'm torn when I recommend damage meters, especially to new players, because I just think they end up being a bit of a toxic point of the game. People, especially in Classic, get way too focused on DPS and hard numbers when the content doesn't need to be min-maxed in the first place. The only reason it ever would need to be would be for speedruns, so in the end, damage doesn't really matter so long as the content is being completed. However, people still really do care about it. But where I see its biggest use is in personal improvement. I think you can use damage meters to figure out what works, what doesn't work, and really fine-tune your gameplay. And if you're looking to do big numbers and pump out as much damage as possible, this can be a tool to help you do that. So while I think damage meter add-ons have done more damage than good at the end of the day, I still think they can be super beneficial to your overall experience and just really getting yourself better at the game. And just a tip, if someone's giving you a hard time about bad damage or just not knowing what you're doing, just let them know you're a new player. From there, you have about a 50-50 shot of whether or not they're still going to be an ass to you. And if they are, even after you tell them you're a new player, just screw that guy. Don't worry about it. Don't take it personal. Some people are losers. I got your back. I'm going to actually make a double recommendation for the next one, and I'm going to say Omni CC and Classic Aura Durations. And I know that's cheating, but I do think they serve pretty much the same purpose, just in a different way. Omni CC basically takes your timed or cooldown things on your bars and just gives you an actual number you can look at. So instead of just seeing a dial and you not really understanding when it's going to be back up, it'll say, okay, you actually have 13 seconds remaining, which sounds minor, and it is. However, it's still extremely nice to have, especially if you're doing grouped instance content. It's really nice to know when things are actually going to be back up. And when it comes to classic aura durations, this is basically the other end of that, where if let's say you put a debuff on an enemy, it'll actually show how much longer it has. Versus if you don't have this, it's going to show the debuff on them, but then it's just going to fall off. It's not going to like time out. So let's say you're playing an Affliction Warlock and you want to keep a bunch of dots on something. You have no idea when they're going to fall off until they do. But classic aura durations, you're going to see, okay, I have just a second left before I need to refresh this dot on it. Let me reapply. So I think these two really work in conjunction nicely with each other. Omni CC showing you kind of just cooldowns on your actual bars, and classic aura durations showing you the buff and debuff time left on targets. Very small, but very helpful. I'm going to cheat on my list of 10 again one more time, and I'm going to put up some honorable mentions that I think you don't absolutely need, but are going to be helpful in your journey across Classic WoW. Classic is just a game where add-ons can do more and more for you because they're not taken care of automatically like in retail, so there are a lot more I can recommend. But lastly, on to number 10, I have to go with Auctionator. The auction house and the closed circuit of economy in World of Warcraft is, I think, a really strong point of the game. However, actually operating the auction house and the UI for it is just not very efficient. It's not horrible, but this add-on makes it so much better. And as a new player, you should probably use the auction house as much as you can to sell things, because players are much more likely to pay more than the vendors. People are lazy and they have gold and they want to spend it. Take those level 5 green items, the cooking materials, the mining materials, send it to the auction house. You'll make a lot of money, and use Auctionator to do it. You can go into the Auctionator tabs and it'll automatically just list everything you can potentially sell by category. And then not only that, it'll give you the best price to sell at, basically just undercutting by like 1 copper. Obviously, this is just a suggestion. You can list it for whatever you want, but it makes the smart suggestion so you make as much money as possible. It's also helpful when you're looking to buy an item. You can go into the search or buyer section of it, type in what you're looking for, and it'll give you a better list, because normally it's kind of hard to sort through just to get the best price. But with this add-on, it's just going to put the lowest price at the top so you can have the best buyer experience. So like I said, if you are new, do not be intimidated by the auction house. Use it as much as you can. You'll make so much more money. Just make sure you're using it to sell and not buy, because you need that money for your mount at 40. So there we are, my 10-ish add-ons I would recommend if I could only have 10. And of course, guys, this is just my framework and suggestions. You absolutely don't have to download any of these, and you can download a bunch of other ones. Like I mentioned, WoW Classic is a super sandboxy experience and can be played however you want to. Starting up WoW can be very intimidating because it's just overwhelming, and I know add-ons are part of that, so hopefully this helped. And if you have any specific questions about the add-ons I mentioned, or just anything with getting started in WoW, make sure to leave it down in the comments. I'm happy to answer. But either way, guys, I appreciate you tuning in and staying all the way till the end. Make sure to like it if you like it, subscribe for some more. You guys can catch me streaming World of Warcraft over on Twitch. I'll leave that link down in the description. But until next time, peace.
Seasonal Discovery is locked at level 25, and that means there is a lot of broken gear you shouldn't have at that level, even though you can still get them if you are a naughty boy. So these are the best items you can get, and remember, the safe word is Mexican catfish. Number 10 is gonna be the Shining Silver Breastplate. This is a blue chest piece. You can get it from blacksmithing, and you can barely get it because it's a level 24 item. This bad boy right here has 14 strength, it is male, and it will be the best in slot chest piece for arms warriors and red paladins in particular. There are some decent quest alternatives, but this is a cheap, quick and easy way of getting a really good chest piece for BFD almost right away. This one is so broken that the next chest piece you can get from blacksmithing is level 27, and it is even worse. Number 9 is gonna be the Magician's Mantle. It has 10 intellect and 5 spell power. Now let me warn you, this may not be your best in slot. There are some green shoulder pads with like plus shadow damage or whatever, but for all the specs that are gonna be doing mixed damage like the Boomkin, to be theory crafted, this is gonna be really good. Otherwise, it is just great anyway. You know, you're gonna need some mana. This is basically a level 29 Twinking item that you can get at level 25. It is a blue world drop, and it has a tiny chance of dropping from every single mob in the open world. It is also BOE. Number 8 is gonna be the Silo Sylvanas, or the Silo Ruin if you're Alliance. The Silo Ruin is a quest in the Dead Mines. You can get it. It has a lot of stats. The problem is that it has 3 of everything, so most of it goes to waste. unless you are a spec that benefits from a lot of things. We're talking Feral Druids here, we're talking Enhancement Shamans here, those kind of hybrid specs, that is a really good ring. Meanwhile, the Silo Sylvanas is a bunch of strength and stamina, all the melees are gonna want this. You can get this one from a quest in the Shadowfang Keep. Number 7 is gonna be the Dancing Flame. This one has an actual 32 unironical DPS, right? This thing is so damn good. There are theory crafters saying that the best spec is gonna be some sort of discipline priest that wants and dots. You are gonna be level 25, you are gonna be wanding a lot anyway because your mana sucks. So yeah, a wand is gonna be really important. Sadly, this is horde only. It is from a quest in the 1000 Leaders, a really long quest. It is not entirely known if it's gonna be available because you gotta go inside the Scarlet Monastery library for a tiny little bit just to pick up one book in the quest line. But if you can get inside it, you absolutely can get it. But since I feel a little dirty, I am gonna give you Alliance Liberals an alternative right there. That is gonna be the Gravestone Scepter. You can get it from a quest in the Black Fathom Deeps. It has 29 DPS. It is still the best thing you can get, besides the Dancing Flame, of course. Number 6 is gonna be the Trip Runner Dongaris and the Dual Reinforced Leggings. They are from the same quest. I am gonna put this one on the hard, maybe it's possible category. You see, it is from a quest in Nomeregan. First of all, you're gonna have to clear a level 35 dungeon with level 25s. It is theoretically possible, God help you though. Once again, we gotta assume that Nomeregan is gonna be available anyway, but if it is, oh my lord. The Dongaris have 18 agility on them. That is like 3% crit at that level or something. Honestly, this is like such a hassle to get. Even if it becomes available, it's not really, you're not gonna see much of them, but goddamn are they good. Number 5 is gonna be a double whammy, the Blackened Defias Armor and the Seto de Fang. Of course, the Blackened Defias Armor comes from the Dead Mines. It is mostly strength and agility, but it is surprisingly high on stamina, so we are gonna see a lot of PvPers that use leatherware in it. It will also, many of those pieces, be best in slot for feral tanks in general. The bear really likes stamina and agility. If you do physical damage, you are most likely gonna need one of these pieces for your best in slot. The set bonuses are not crazy. I guess there is one dagger skill, if you can call that good, whatever. Meanwhile, the set of the Fang comes from the Wailing Caverns and it has similar stat values. The set itself is all over the place. There is agility, there is stamina, there is strength, and a little bit of spirit on it. I don't know, the guy that made this set was high on pain thinner or something. It is crazy, that makes no sense. Most of the pieces for the set are like caster stuff, like 10 nature damage. Who the hell does nature damage? An elemental shaman? Why would you give an elemental shaman so much agility? The 3-piece set bonus though, that is 2 staff skill, okay? So if you're gonna be a 200 DPSer, as I said in many videos, the staves have a lot of damage at this level. If you do not have a weapon Rachel, this 3-piece is gonna be your best in slot, absolutely no questions asked. So if you're gonna be an enhancement shaman, if you're gonna be an Adams warrior that doesn't have a weapon Rachel, something like that, yeah, probably get the set of the Fang, that's what I would do. You can get crazy staves like the Rod of the Sleepwalker from BFD, that is 24 DPS, think that right, 24 DPS, it is fairly slow too, so great for arm warriors. Staff DPS is unironically best in slot, would you believe that? Number 5 is gonna be the Kill Maim. This beast of an axe is 22 DPS, alright? It doesn't sound like a lot, but look at this proc on chance, 100 damage on hit. This will easily be one of the best weapons for arms warriors, especially if you are an orc. There is also hunters. There is theory that a hunter is gonna be able to proc this a lot, so we might see hunters with a Kill Maim on it. That would be really funny. It is a random world drop. It is also very rare, so get ready to buy it on the auction house for a gazillion money. Number 4 is gonna be the Robes of Arugal. Honorable mention right here, I might as well say it. You got the Feline Mantle and the Belt of Arugal. They all drop from the same place, the Shadowfang Keep. These blue items are gonna be the best in slot for almost any caster. They got the robes themselves, they got 9 intellect, 10 spirit and 5 stamina. And for some reason they also put 3 agility on it. Vanilla items, don't look any sense into it. But yeah, they are gonna be still some of the highest stat robes you can possibly get. Priests and warlocks are gonna love this. They are decent for mages too, I guess. Number 3 is gonna be the Furbolg Medicine Pouch. This busted ass item is gonna heal you for 1000 HP. You don't even have 1000 HP. This is a free total heal we're talking about. You can get this item from this vendor right here in Failwood. So what is the catch? Okay, there is a catch. You gotta get honored with Timber Mohold. Those are the furbolgs that live in the cave in Wintergrasp, you know those guys. The only way you can get that reputation is killing level 45 furbolgs. Don't get me wrong, you can do it. You absolutely can do it, and it is definitely gonna make for some fun times because you gotta get like probably 10 people just to kill one of them. But it is possible, you can do it. Maybe. Number 2 is gonna be the Arena Grandmaster. Yes, you can in theory get this level 45 trinket. They never bothered putting a level requirement on it. But before you get too excited, there is also a catch on this one. You can only get it from the Gurubashi Arena chest. And that means it will only spawn every 5 hours and the whole damn server is gonna be fighting over it, so good luck. But if you are one of the few lucky that get it, oh my lord, you can basically build no stamina at all as a tank and still be tankier than everybody else. Now it is time for number 1, bro. That's right. What's it gonna be? I can't even wait. I'm kidding, I know it. I made this list. Are you stupid? Okay, the broken, the busted, the insane Vibroblade. A one-handed axe with a crazy almost 200 damage of 19 DPS, but that's not the crazy part, okay? It has a chance on hit of reducing the target's armor by 100, so it is going to be one of the best debuffs in the game for the raid. And remember, there is no debuff limit, so eat that, Alex. That's not all, that's not all. You see, this weapon is not unique and it is one hand, so you can even wear 2 of these if you get them. The only problem is, once again, you gotta farm Nomeregan trash to get it, and it is also extremely rare. Good news is that if you are allowed to enter Nomeregan, you absolutely can get a group to farm the trash. It is not that hard, and that is gonna be my top list. If you are wondering why I put so few caster items in here, I'm gonna be honest with you, there is not a lot of great caster items in this level bracket because most of your best in slot, sadly, it is gonna be some random green item with like shadow damage on it or frost damage or whatever. That is how vanilla works. The random enchant items for casters are broken. So yeah, it's really exciting to be a melee though. And if you do not want me to get a random enchant of me pulling your eyelashes with an industrial grade Scotch 770 tape, subscribe and leave a like, and thank you for watching. Whenever a new expansion drops, it can always be super scary deciding what class to play or main first. So many questions would race through your head like, is there going to be enough variety so I don't get bored? Are there going to be good inside of PvP dungeons or raids? Am I going to have fun with them in the first phase? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the channel. My name is Sky, and today we're going to be breaking down the safest classes to pick overall in Season of Discovery based on the class specs right now, gameplay variety, and the way they are looking to perform. Now, if you're making a list off of classes that are safe in Season of Discovery, there is no way you're not going to add Druid to that list. And vanilla World of Warcraft, the Druid wasn't the best class by any means, but they always had incredible versatility. Come Season of Discovery, however, there are some incredible additions to every spec to make them all very strong in PvP and PvE. Bear tanks got Survival of the Fittest and Lacerate to be much more tanky and deal more single target DPS to generate more threat. Feral DPS is going to have a seriously deep rotation with managing Savage Roar, Mangle for bleed amplification,
Tiger's Fury, and power shifting for energy regeneration, Feral is going to absolutely pump the meters when it comes to a raiding environment. Then you had what was once a meme spec with Balanced Druid, now getting some incredible additions like 0 mana cost of Wrath, Moonfire and Sunfire damage over time effects, and even Star Surge being added into their rotations. No longer will you be a meme as a caster DPS with a Balanced Druid. And finally, you have Restoration, which got even more healing than before with Living Seed, Life Bloom, and potentially instant healing touches when you are casting Wrath to do some DPS. Every single one of those specs were lackluster previously, but now they're going to come out of the gate swinging harder than ever. Not only that, you have 4 different options to choose from, giving you a wide variety of gameplay styles, ensuring you that you will never get bored playing just one of them. Inside of PvP, Druids now have more consistent interrupts with Skull Bash, and Balanced Druids even have more potential of kiting and dealing direct damage over time with using spells like Moonfire, Sunfire, and Insect Swarm. Feral Druids are going to be absolutely shredding backline with the rework of Tiger's Fury and Mangle being added to their toolkit, putting them in a very similar spot to how they were played in Wrath of the Lich King. And finally, in Battlegrounds, Restoration is going to be one of the best healers due to having high mobility and incredible spread healing with all their healing over time effects like Rejuvenation, Regrowth, Life Bloom, and Wild Growth. In Phase 1, the Druid as a whole is going to dominate due to the flexibility of how the rune system works and how you can change them completely on the fly. If you're looking for a safe class that can really do it all with a wide variety of gameplay styles, which include melee and range DPS, healing, and even tanking, it's no doubt that the Druid can be for you. Now, what could be a better safe pick than the class that was the best overall in World of Warcraft Classic? By the later phases, the Warrior was the best DPS in the entire game, and by far the #1 tank. With Season of Discovery, you're going to see some incredible changes with all 3 of these specs, and advancing Warrior into a later feeling expansion state. You're going to have many damage amplifiers such as Flagellation, which increases your physical damage done by 25% after activating Blood Rage or Berserker Rage, Endless Rage to generate 25% more rage overall to vastly increase your damage, and even Consumed by Rage, so when you save all of your resources, you have a ginormous damage boost window to easily top those meters. On top of that, if you think Protection isn't going to be the best raid tank again, you got another thing coming. On top of all their incredible defensive capabilities and natural damage mitigation, you now have Devastate, which allows your Sunder Armor ability to deal massive weapon damage and even become increased per application of Sunder Armor you already have on the target. And you even have the opportunity to use Thunderclap in any stance you want, bringing you some nice AoE threat generation. If you got questions about PvP, it's time we answer them for you. Everyone knows that Warriors are wrecking balls as it is, but they officially just got Warbringer, which will allow them to charge in combat and remove all movement impairing effects on them when they do. You have more weapon attacks than ever, more mobility, rage generation. It seems as if no one in the game is going to be able to go toe-to-toe with you in melee combat as a Warrior. Combine that with a couple of healers, you're going to be an unstoppable force inside of Battlegrounds in open world PvP. Even Protection Warriors are going to be viable with Devastate, constant interrupts and shield bash, and massive damage mitigation to pick up the flag at Warsong Gulch and keep it away from the enemy team. The Warrior excels specifically when enemies don't have a lot in their toolkit to deal with them yet. And with everyone being capped at level 25 in Season of Discovery, no one's going to be able to stop a Warrior from staying on top of them nearly 24/7, with constant charges and hamstrings keeping them close. If you're looking for a safe melee class in Season of Discovery, look no further, because the Warrior is going to be ripping people's heads off in the first phase. Moving on to number 3 now, we have the Judgment Executioner, the Paladin. Alright, I know Retribution and Protection Paladin were a big meme in classic World of Warcraft, but there's no class in the entire game that got more crucial additions to their specs than the Paladin in Season of Discovery. Retribution Paladin got massive changes with them adding spells like Crusader Strike, Divine Storm, and the ability to cast Exorcism on all enemy types. Protection Paladin now has an actual Taunt, Avenger Shield, and Seal of the Martyr for nice AoE DPS, and Holy Paladin's got the absolutely broken Beacon of Light ability and Exemplar to dispel fear and sleep on your party members inside of raids. The entire Paladin class is going to feel brand new inside of World of Warcraft Season of Discovery compared to their classic counterpart. With all 3 specs being reworked, you already know in PvP they're looking to seek Judgment. Them keeping all of their utility with all their bubbles, blessings, buffs, heals, and combining that with all their brand new additions, they should easily be miles ahead of many of the other competition. Ret has actual on-demand bursts now to combine with their RNG seals and even Wreck Bomb specs. Holy can heal 2 allies at once with massive Holy Lights and be incredibly durable with all their heavy armor and stuns. And who knows, maybe even Protection Paladin could perform well with having Avenger's Shield and Crusader Strike being able to hold off people on their own. The Paladin is looking to be incredibly fun inside a Season of Discovery, with having all 3 different role types with DPS, tank, and healer, and there's no doubt they are going to be making this list. Moving on to number 4, we have the Mage. With now being given a 4th spec option with the opportunity to heal, there really is a gameplay style for everyone with this class. Fire Mage got incredible additions like Burnout for 15% more chance to crit and Living Bomb for some damage over time and AoE damage. Arcane Mage got an actual rotation with Arcane Blast and Arcane Surge from Dragonflight being added to the table to give them vastly increased mana regeneration, and even Frost Mage got some love with Fingers of Frost, Icy Veins, and Ice Lance. We already knew that Mage in PvP was an absolute problem in Classic WoW, but now things just feel like they're getting out of hand. Frost Mage keeps all of their CC with now having Fingers of Frost and Ice Lance for some incredible shatter combos when enemies don't even need to be inside of a Frost Nova. Arcane Mage should be dealing great damage if they have some frontline to protect them with casting Arcane Blast and missiles at the enemy backline. And Fire Mage should be pumping out chunky Pyroblast and heavy damage over time effects with their burns and living bombs. Could you imagine also trying to take down a mage that's healing for an enemy team? I mean, you'll never be able to touch them with all their slows, roots, polymorphs, blinks. It's going to be impossible to stay on top of a mage healer. If you ever played mage in classic World of Warcraft, get ready because all 3 of their specs look even stronger than ever and are expected to dominate in PvP and PvE content. Moving on to our 5th and final class, it's going to be the Warlock. The Warlock makes an incredible case for the class that has the highest damage potential in the entire game. Tons of spells and additions that were made to the class, and even a brand new spec with you having the opportunity to be a tank as a Warlock. Destruction Warlock in particular got some game-changing abilities, like having the addition of one of the hardest hitting spells in World of Warcraft history, Chaos Bolt. On top of that, they have spells like Incinerate to amplify their damage, as well as Lake of Fire to amplify their area of effect damage by 40% when you pair it with Hellfire. Both of these together are massive damage amplifiers overall, and you're going to be pumping on Destruction. On top of that, Affliction Warlock's got some key additions like Haunt, which will increase your shadow damage over time effects on the target by 20%, Soul Siphon, which will increase your Drain Life and Drain Soul abilities by 18% based on the amount of damage over time effects you have on the target, and even Demonology now has the opportunity to be a tanking spec with the brand new Metamorphosis spell being implemented. This spell isn't like you remember though. It turns you into a tank, increasing your armor by 500%, increasing your threat generation, adding a wide variety of spells into your toolkit, and giving you the opportunity to become a hellish Warlock tank for the first time in WoW's history. And that's not it at all, because in PvP, Warlocks are going to be easily one of...
No, because there was a whole glyph that allowed you to, like, turn all your abilities into tank abilities for Demo Warlock, so no, this guy's wrong. It was like Cat Up, Mr. Pandaria. It was like a major glyph that like straight up turned you into a tank. But I don't know why it wasn't as popular back then. I don't know. Maybe they lacked a taunt or something. But it was a thing. But yeah, this guy makes it sound like it's the first time
with
ever.
spell additions like Master Channeler to passively cast Drain Life on targets over 15 seconds, a ton of CC with Fears, Mortal Coils, and massive damage with Chaos Bolts, this class is going to be a problem for anyone out there in a 1v1. If you're looking for a caster that's goal is to rot down enemies with damage over time effects and dark magic, or completely obliterate them with some of the hardest hitting spells in the entire game like Chaos Bolt, or even summon demonic forces to do your bidding, then the Warlock class can definitely be for you. Season of Discovery is going to be an awesome opportunity for you to decide what your first character is going to be in a brand new World of Warcraft universe based off of the classic game. This is pretty much Classic Plus, and it's bringing incredible changes that are going to heavily influence how every class is played from here on out. We're just a few days away, and we here at the Combat Kids are so excited to be playing with you all very, very soon. If you're interested in joining us and exploring the mystical lands of Azeroth inside of Season of Discovery, please be sure to like and subscribe, and try to hop into our Discord server. I want to thank you all so much for watching this video. It's an absolute pleasure to be making content for you all. Until the very end, my name is Sky from the Combat Kids, and I will see you all in the next one. Peace.
Shamans are getting a crazy amount of options to play around with in Season of Discovery, opening the door for some quite varied strategies, like say a tank hybrid. Phase 1 may be a real hybrid fest, as the lack of talents means nobody is going to be highly specialized. Also, there's some seriously strong defensive rune options to consider for PvP. Shamans are okay at lower level, and their rune buffs will make them more than keep up with this. Lava Burst in particular looks pretty crazy, and may be something you want to consider for any Shaman build. Just have that first option available. There's a ton of potential for Shamans down the road for sure. So let's jump into how successful each specialization can expect to be both now and later on. So Enhancement Shaman, Dual Wield will be the big rune to play around here, as it gives you a whopping 5% melee and spell hit. It helps your Storm Strike out as well when dual wielding later on. Lava Lash is an instant attack with the offhand. Not incredibly strong, but something to do in melee. Shamanistic Rage, a very strong defensive. 20% damage reduction and you get some mana back with a 1-minute cooldown. Way of Earth, an alternative to Shamanistic Rage, or a massive 30% health increase and 10% permanent damage reduction, crit reduction, at the cost of making Earth Shock a melee ability, but on a separate CD, so you can do an Earth Shock and a Frost Shock right after each other. You get a 1-second cast Ghost Wolf with these talents to the right. Of course, you have your shocks and you have your lightning shield, which is going to be doing decent damage at this level. And then you have a little bit of utility with Tremor Totem to get out of fears for you and your team. Purge, which isn't the 2 magic debuff removal yet. You're going to be using Rockbiter weapon in the main hand, and then Earthbind to kite with, so you can get away and get a heal off. In terms of talents, you go for improved Ghost Wolf, improved Lightning Shield for that damage, and your crits for your melee. That's where it's at for enhancement. So pros and cons. The dual wield rune is very strong, and meaning they will have solid damage with melee and shocks and Lightning Shield, always hitting in PvP. They'll be fairly mobile with Ghost Wolf at a 40% speed. Nobody will be able to keep up with that in combat. So Rockbiter is actually more of a DPS increase than Wind Fury weapon. The Rockbiter weapon is actually more of a DPS increase than Wind Fury weapon. So that's the silver lining. Of course, it sucks not to have Wind Fury weapon for the burst, but there is that. I think Shamanistic Rage is going to be the play for your defensive, as it's going to have a very short cooldown and keep you up very well in a 1v1 scenario for 15 seconds, while you get some mana back that could be very useful. Enhancement Shamans are good against Warlocks and Healers, since they can purge them down, interrupt them all the time, and have Tremor to avoid getting feared. For large group play, I think considering going tank, basically with the Way of Earth and wearing a shield and taking the Shield Mastery rune, is going to be how to play them the most efficiently. Just go into melee and shock a lot. This will come at the cost of their dual wield rune, so it's a big loss. But otherwise, I don't see what they really offer in larger groups, since they don't really bring much in terms of team buffs. They do have their utility is okay with Tremor and Purge and Earthbind, but it gets a lot better later on with Wind Fury Totem and Grounding Totem. And another pro is that they can heal. They are hybrids, so they need to take advantage of this. And then they could become really strong at level 40 when Wind Fury weapon and Storm Strike becomes available. Or a really, really good small team brawler together with another melee class to buff them as well and just purge the target. But it is worth keeping in mind that Lava Lash is a really poor option, so they are going to miss some burst in melee, that's for sure. They're going to rely exclusively on shocks to do burst here. The only way to get actually some burst would be to take Lava Burst instead of Lava Lash. So I think that might be a really good option, actually, for PvP. Then they have something they can do at 30 yards range. Because right now, they might just get stuck in roots for days and not be able to do much.
Honestly,
the Lightning Bolt cast is going to be extremely long. So yeah, Enhancement Shamans are
people could just talk
roots
for
as well.
hours and hours and hours.
They can't do much about that other than go into Ghost Wolf or start casting. All this puts, for me, Enhancement Shaman at the bottom of the D tier. I don't think it's very good beyond easily beat Warrior 1v1, but as they don't bring much to a team, I don't think they're particularly good right now. I might be lowballing them a little bit here, considering that they do offer something against, say, Warlocks and Healers, and they now have better defensive options. We'll just have to wait and see. Moving on to Resto Shaman. They get Earth Shield, which heals every couple seconds for 100 and reduces interrupts from damage taken by 30%. They get the option of taking Shield Mastery for 8% mana regen every time they block, and an armor buff every time they block, increasing their block chance. Then there's Water Shield, a decent way to get some mana back. Basically the only way they have right now to get mana back, because Mana Stream Totem is not even available. And they get Ancestral Guidance as an alternative to Earth Shield for a 2-minute cooldown to do a lot of damage when they heal on a flame shot target. In terms of talents, they're going to want to have the healing focus talent to avoid being interrupted when healing. They need to hard cast a lot of heals, so that will be critical. They will want the improved Healing Wave talent as well, as a Healing Wave is a really strong heal and you don't want it to take 3 seconds to cast, it's just too long. Of course they have their flash shields, then they have Tremor Totem to remove fears. They have Earth Shock to interrupt, that's strong, but limited to 20 yards. And they can still purge and throw Earthbind Totem to kite a bit. So what's really the pros and cons here for Resto? They now become incredibly sturdy with Earth Shield and the Shield Mastery talent, especially so against melee. And they can even get more armor than any tank after they've made a few blocks. So that's pretty ridiculous. They get 0 healing pushback from damage with these talents and Earth Shield on. So they can be casting some really fast flash heals. They will regen a lot of mana if targeted. And if not targeted, they can, I guess, just sit down and drink a bit. They have the option to go for Lava Burst instead of Water Shield to be much more offensive. I think that might be the option here, as I'm not sure Water Shield will offer enough value if you have the Shield Mastery talent when you're being targeted. So I think Resto Shamans will be sturdy little healers for a small group, and very solid for that, especially adding in Lava Burst for a little bit of offensive kill pressure. The reason why I say small group is because they are missing Chain Heal. They will need to take Healing Rain instead of their Shield Mastery talent for raid healing if they want to do anything in terms of AoE heal. And I'm not sure how good Healing Rain is going to be, being an area effect. They lack mobility, so they might just get stuck quite easily. That's why it's so important that they're quite sturdy. They're missing their stronger totems with Wind Fury and Grounding Totem for team play. And they're susceptible at range, as there's a low range on Earth Shock, so getting cast at from long range. They're missing a Magic Dispel. So I think Resto Shaman is quite hard to play at a high level. There's so much stuff to manage in terms of getting your totems in the right position, shocking at the right time, interrupting, making sure you're being offensive or defensive when you need to be, keeping your shields on the right targets. So there's a lot to do to be effective. That being said, I think later on at level 40, they're going to have a lot of potential for any groups essentially, with their big Nature Swiftness heal becoming available, Chain Heal becoming available, Chain Lightning becoming an option, Wind Fury Totem of course. Keeping all that in mind, for level 25, I put Resto Shaman in the C tier. It's a solid healer. It's not bad at all, but it will go up later on. I'm pretty confident in that. So Elemental Shaman, a lot of excitement about this specialization as it gets Lava Burst, which looks like it's going to be doing fairly ridiculous damage. A guaranteed crit with Flame Shock on the target. You don't have any Dispel protection for Flame Shock, so do keep that in mind. But beyond the casters who can dispel themselves, I doubt people are going to be very effective in getting a dispel off before you've cast your Lava Burst. With its 2-second cast, you get Overload as an option for a copy of your Lava Burst, Lightning Bolt, or Healing Wave for half the amount. You have Shamanistic Rage as well as Elemental Shaman. I think that's pretty good. And then as an alternative to Overload, you can also go Shield Mastery like with Resto and be a lot more sturdy. So keep in mind, Lightning Bolt is a 3-second cast right now for 100 damage. In terms of talents, you're going to want to go down for Elemental Focus for 10% clear casting to keep up your mana a bit and get a little bit more crit for your Lightning Bolt. That's the more offensive way of going. Alternatively, you could consider going Improved Ghost Wolf and Improved Lightning Shield and get the block talents for more value out of your Shield Mastery and just being more mobile and sturdy. Since the talents in Elemental are actually not that crazy right now, all their good talents really come in the next 15 level. But an Elemental Shaman, of course, still have their shocks available, Earthbind, Tremor and Purge, and they can heal. So the pros, I feel like the whole specialization revolves around Lava Burst crits at this level in particular, since they look very strong. You might even say that the whole class, in terms of their offensive capabilities. I think you only take Overload for larger group plays when you really want to overwhelm the enemy. I think you will find Shield Mastery to be much better for solo and small group play. being a lot more tanky and regaining mana when people are targeting you. People will target Elemental Shamans a lot because everyone's aware that you don't want them to be free casting. So that way you can just absorb a lot more damage and get off your shocks and try to kite people, get them into unfavorable positions. I think Shamanistic Rage is going to be very good for their survivability and mana regen. So that's really cool. Elemental Shaman becomes a lot more defensive like that than previously. Previously, basically, their only defense was a strong offense. So that's completely changed, at least in this level 25 bracket, I feel. They're now a lot more of a defensive caster with a one big burst ability. So while they won't be amazing for large groups yet, their lava burst will hit so hard, it will be almost a death sentence if anybody else is also damaging the target that they're lava bursting and purging, shocking. So a big thing to consider, and why Elemental Shamans are not quite fleshed out yet at this level, is that they just don't have their Lightning Mastery talent to reduce the cast time of Lightning Bolt by 1 full second. And they don't have Chain Lightning at all. Those are two big misses. They also don't have their range, so they're stuck in 30-yard max range. So they'll have to go into almost medium range to make sure to get casts off. Those are some really big cons for Elemental Shaman at this level that will all be solved later on. So they're a bit of a one-trick pony with Lava Burst until level 40, but it might still be pretty good. Huge potential come level 40, where they also get their Elemental Fury for more damage on crits, and Elemental Mastery, basically guaranteeing them potentially a Lava Burst and Chain Lightning crit combo. That would be huge. So I place Elemental Shaman in the middle of C tier, as it's just not quite there yet. And I think it suffers a lot in 1v1 scenarios. There it's not really good due to its susceptibility to just being interrupted. But of course, they will still do decently well in large groups. And they will absolutely be going up a tier, if not 2, from level 40 onwards. So that was my Shaman deep dive. You can check out my Druid and Hunter guides right here. If you like these deep dives, please consider liking the video. As a new YouTuber, it helps me out a lot to get started. And hit subscribe if you want to stay up to date on all my past deep dives.
This guy got? He's got 298. I'll give him a sub. Maybe he'll get a 300 today. Classic plus. Nice job.
Supposed to be in Crusader Square, which is just ahead. Tell me when you're ready to move forward. Justice will be done. We're going to finish this right now, Mal'Ganis. Just you and me.
This will be a fine test.
because of Classic Era, I keep thinking there are 3 Shamans on your team, since Pally and Shaman shared the pink color for your add-ons. Yeah, for the add-ons that I use, at least for my UI, it's always blue, but like with the default, like without any add-ons, yeah, they're what calls it, pink and what calls it, same Pally color pink in Classic WoW, Classic Era. Whoops, I just turned the chat off. Yeah. Spell power? Healing spells have a chance to make your next heal cast do a shit ton. Ugh, I don't want to take that from the healer. It's like actually a heal trinket. It has more like stats than one of these, but yeah, I'm not gonna need it. Alright, we're halfway for this, I think. Are we at 10 bars? Wonder if it's been an hour. It's an hour and 16. We're on good pace here in terms of leveling. The last few levels should take like the longest. Everybody got a smoke. If you aren't in dungeon already when I get back, let's re-queue, or let's queue, yeah. Sounds like a plan, dude. Are you online? Invite numbskull Fairbanks. Okay. Oh yeah, I got a fight in this little area. Do I still got the bear thing? Yeah. Pop on this. Bada boom, bada bing. Let's go fight. Yeah, 2v1. Good. Alright, what can I listen to in the background here? Paladin deep dive. It's about the same dude? Yeah.
Paladins will be one of the strongest picks for PvP in Season of Discovery. Today I'll dive deep into why that is, and consider the viability, strengths, and weaknesses of all specs for level 25 meta, and place them in my Phase 1 tier list.
Oh, you're in
I'll also foreshadow what is to come at higher levels.
Fair.
As it looks like PvP will be a major part of Season of Discovery, I find this level of detail is useful to get a full understanding of what to expect if you decide for this class. Let's jump into it. So, Retro Paladins. They get Crusader Strike in Season of Discovery, Divine Storm, and Rebuke. Alternatively to Rebuke, they can take Exorcist for a ranged attack ability, dealing holy damage on range. Or Avenger's Shield, which is also range, granting them a slow. But probably an interrupt is a big deal for Holy Paladins. They get their usual rule kit, which they get very early on, so they get almost a full, complete rule kit of a Paladin, which is strong for small group play. Divine Protection, which grants immunity, but at this level they can do no offensives with it. Lay on Hands as a last resort. Freedom, which is huge for themselves or their friends who are getting kited. Seal of Command is available. That's what they're going to use for damage, or Seal of Justice for catching up to somebody, a rogue who's running away with sprint, then they can't be sprint anymore. And Paladins will then be able to catch up to them with the Pursuit of Justice talent over here. And they get a couple of crit talents here, which are very good for their burst, of course. And a bit of mana regen, mana reduction cost. and attack power. Hand of Justice, critical for that burst and killing people inside. First. A Blessing of Protection as well, to help the casters in particular stay out of trouble. So, Retro Paladins get huge bursts. They are probably going to be number one damage dealers in melee at this level, since they get basically their whole toolkit for damage at this level. And they could even go Exorcism, take away Rebuke and go Exorcism for really high burst damage. And some of this damage is holy as well, which is really useful against, say, warriors or druid bears or something like that. Or warlock, tanky warlocks with a lot of armor, let's say. Paladins, as usual, have 3 lives, if not 4, with protection, their hands, and Blessing of Protection if they last long enough. So it's very, very difficult to kill them. It's very hard to slow them, since they have freedom and pursuit of justice, which keeps them going. And they can basically escape almost any sticky situation, which is going to be very useful in Ashenvale and about, where there's going to be a lot of people trying to get you into PvP combat when they are at an advantage. So you might be able to slip out of that. They get this toolkit. That's really cool. And they have been previously very susceptible to CC, which really helps with Rebuke. Now they have a proper way to counter fears and polymorphs and such. They are going to probably be the melee king in all types of scenarios, have you 1v1, small groups or raid groups. They're very strong 1v1. They can heal and live many times and have good burst. And are not going to be so easy to get away from as previously. And even in group scenarios, larger group scenarios, where most melee are going to struggle, they will have their immunity, they will have the freedom to get out of there. They'll be very, very good. And they'll be very good post level 40, because they are missing Repentance until level 40 and Hammer of Wrath until level 44, so they do miss a little bit of finisher there and catch up for, say, a hunter who is far away. So that's going to give them even more later on. And they don't have any slow unless they go Avenger's Shield, which they will probably not, as that will mean they won't have Rebuke. Red Paladins land at top end of the A tier. I have in mind to put them in the S tier, but it just I'm just not quite sure they are fully as strong at this low level. But they might even go higher at level 40. They may not scale fully as well as some other classes. So they might stay around somewhere in the A tier even later on for PvP. Protection Paladin is not really going to be a thing. You might get some slightly additional armor and block, and you get Blessing of Kings, which would be the biggest thing you could get in the protection. But since you can't get Reckoning until level 40, it's probably a spec people will wait for until the 40s. The pros of the Protection Paladin is that they are good for large battles, giving kings and being more tanky. They can chase and escape more easily with Avenger's Shield, and they'll be doing steady damage with Crusader Strike and Divine Storm. So they'll be really fun and viable at 40+. So adding some variety to Paladins, basically being able to play all their specs on the 40s. The only thing you could say as a con is they're probably not very good in 1v1, except for like against rogues and warriors. And since Paladins lack a little bit of burst, probably still easy to get away from them for many other classes. As it always have been. So Paladin definitely much lower on the tier list, more like the middle of the C tier. And but they might be crawling up to B tier in the 40s plus when they get a little bit more gear, access to some plate as well. Holy Paladin come really, really good. They were already tanky, but yeah, they get Beacon of Light, which heals second target. And you can even heal yourself from 60 yards away, and then that beacon is still going to be healed, so you can just run away and heal them. It's pretty ridiculous. Quite overpowered. Inspiration Exemplar is also very good. I assume it will have like a range cap, something like 25 yards or something. But still, so you might want to stay close for that, and gives you and your party Tremor Totem buff, making you, immune to fears and sleeps. Really, really, really strong, because it's one of the things Paladins are most susceptible to is just CCs. Yeah, they'll probably go Divine Storm if then they can do a little bit of damage and heal a little bit through Divine Storm their party as well. And then they have the usual toolkit, and they need to go into the Holy Talents to get Spiritual Focus for the 70% anti-interrupt, as they do have to cast all their heals, so very important. On an alternative to Inspiration Exemplar, which is going to be a hard pick, but still it's going to be very powerful for larger groups. It's Divine Sacrifice, so you basically make your group almost unkillable for a little while, and you can, not be sheep while you have it up. Have a huge utility in group combat. So yeah, Holy Paladin, massive utility. They have the normal Paladin utility skills, and there's potential Tremor Totem here. They have a lot of outs with Divine Shield, Insignia, and yeah, as mentioned, Divine Sacrifice potentially. They are definitely the most tanky healer, and only get tankier as the level progresses. And yeah, they will have massive throughput with the Beacon of Light. So really, really good for big parties, and also very, very good for small parties, as they can just tank rogues and warriors and stuff like that, basically with not too many issues. So it's a top healer. And the only con you can find here is they are a little bit susceptible to not being able to heal while they are on the move. So they get Holy Shot at 40, which helps a little bit long cooldown.
Hardcore at any point?
And they're missing their cleanse.
I think you said you were playing some other game, right? You weren't really playing hardcore?
Later on. But now they are an A-tier healer up here. If you like this deep dive format, please like the video. It helps me out a lot as a new YouTuber. And hit subscribe if you want to stay up to date on all my class deep dives and content for the upcoming Season of Discovery release. Mages were fairly okay casters in the 20s bracket in Classic, mainly for them getting so much of their basic utility quite early. The new runes for Season of Discovery will surprisingly lift 2 of the specializations to new heights, while one will have to wait for Phase 2 before they can come into consideration for the hero class tier. What I find most amazing is how much playstyle variation the new runes will put on offer, making mages look a lot more fun to play around with. Let's dive in and explore all the different options. First, I'll just cover some of the basic mage core spells, as these represent important utility for all 3 specializations. So of course we have Polymorph, which is incredibly powerful just as a spammable CC, always helping a group with a mage to keep the odds in their favor. They have an incredible Interrupt with Counterspell that interrupts for a whopping 10 seconds on a larger cooldown though. They have a strong regen with Evocation. For a caster they have unparalleled mobility with Blink, and additional control with Frost Nova and Frost Armor, and Fire Blast offers a good little bit of burst. It's worth noting that they are missing their Cone of Cold and Mana Gems for additional Frost, Burst, and Control, as well as longevity. So moving into Frost Mage, importantly get Ice Lance, which won't do much unless the target is frozen, but it is an instant ability, something that would be highly useful for Frost. Alternatively, they can take Living Bomb as a dot, but I don't think this will be viable for Frost. Icy Veins is a really strong cooldown, reducing casting speed by 20%, removing all pushback, which would be huge, especially when, say, a Hunter is on you. And then they get Fingers of Frost, which will be very well paired with Ice Lance, so they can get more of those instant triple damage Ice Lances off. And Fingers procs off off their ice armor as well when people are hitting them, so that's quite useful. An alternative will be to go regeneration, which looked incredibly powerful until they recently added the damage reduction for fire and frost for a whopping 5 minutes after you use this, so not really an option unless it's a last resort, but it will be tough to give off Fingers of Frost as a Frost Mage for regeneration. They get Cold Snap for finishing all their Frost cooldowns, which at this level looks like only Frost Nova, but actually also Icy Veins, which makes it quite useful. And additionally, in terms of talents, they probably want to take Frostbite to make any melee on them quite likely to be rooted quite consistently, as well as Permafrost just to get additional control, because it probably won't be worth going for Icy Shot talents, as you won't have much crit. You can only get 1 into Shatter in the 4th tier. And then Frostbolt is not hitting for a lot at this level. So yeah, pros and cons quite quickly about Frost Mages. Fingers of Frost, Ice Lance, and Permafrost will make Frost Mages a lot less reliable on Frostbolt damage and make it a lot more fun. However, as you're missing the Shatter talents, for that 50% crit on frozen targets, Frost Mages will not really be viable, I think, for level 25. Pair that with Frostbolt also being a very low hitting damage ability. The specialization's throughput just looks fairly poor. And to add insult to injury, they won't have any Ice Block, Ice Barrier, and also no Cone of Cold that comes in level 26. So for me, this puts this
I might be like 80 tonight.
In the grave.
I might do 2
the only
levels
reason
today.
it doesn't even go further down is just because of Mage's strong utility.
I'll do like the last level, like an Ice Crown or something like that.
Their best play is probably using Cold Snap for a double Nova into a
Like,
4 times Ice Lance.
We're only an
Probably,
hour and
but
a
I don't
half
think
into
it will
the
do
stream,
enough
and I'm
at
like
this level,
more than
which leads me
halfway,
to
so
the point
like
that I
I'm on a
think
fast
Frost Mages
pace.
will be absolutely amazing come level 40 when they get all these talents and abilities that I mentioned, with Ice Block, Ice Barrier, Cone of Cold, and Shatter coming into play, as well as their Frostball being much more on par from level 40 onwards. I absolutely think Frost Mages will be the specialization with the biggest jump, going from the C tier to A, if not S tier, come phase 2. This might leave some a little bit sad for mages, but you really don't have to be, because moving on, we have Arcane Mage, for example, who will probably pick Regeneration for a really strong heal, channeled over 3 seconds, and which will then give them a buff, which makes all their arcane damage heal them for 40%. This is very expensive, so you won't be able to spam this much. Then I suggest picking Arcane Surge. It will use all your mana, do a decent amount of damage, and importantly give you 300% regen for 8 seconds, so a mini evocation. Then for PvP, Rewind Time looks strong, combined with Regeneration for what could be close to a 0 to 100% heal. And this looks to be a mana-free 30-second cooldown ability, so you actually will be able to get a lot of healing off if you can time it well and play it correctly for a reasonable amount of mana. Then their Arcane Missiles will hit reasonably hard, certainly harder than Frostbolts, while they have the option for
I
Arcane
didn't really
Explosions both for AoE, but also for being in melee
get to do
when
the
you really
quest
don't
in
want to
there.
be interrupted.
I don't know
from
how,
your
I
Arcane
was supposed
School.
to
Then they have Clear
use this
Casting
one
and
item.
Mana Absorption, which are much needed talents for making their mana last longer. And you can just imagine getting a Clear Casting proc, and then you can use it into your expensive regeneration ability. So that will feel really good. Pros for Arcane Mage, they look like they could be an incredible spec with amazing lifesteal, with this 40% healing from their arcane damage. And then on top of that, just a lot of raw healing with regeneration and rewind. If they're not being targeted extremely hard by several other players, they will be very hard to kill. This could provide unbelievable value for 1v1s, as long as they don't get interrupted, and can make them really, really good to just keep going in a group brawl, where they can keep themselves up fairly easily. They get some strong mana regen talents, so that's fairly important for them, as they will be incredibly mana hungry with regeneration, missiles, arcane explosions, and arcane surge all being very expensive spells. But the arcane surge ability will be a fantastic ability to either finish off a fight if you're confident you will land a kill, or as a last resort if you think you're dying, or especially if you're completely out of mana, to just get a little bit of damage and potentially even healing in. Well, this could be incredibly strong. Also keep in mind for Arcane Mages that since they have a healing, the new BOP Spider Boots that will reduce damage taken by 50% for 6 seconds will be very powerful for them when they go into healing mode for a few seconds. The big downfall of Arcane Mages will be to be kicked in the Arcane School, which could leave them with few impactful options in that situation, since if they have the regeneration buff on, their frost and fire spells won't do much, and they can't
actually
polymorph,
the
for
flying
example.
does speed
So I
things
do
up a
expect
bit.
Arcane Mages to be targeted fairly.
But I mean, this is a big ass
aggressively,
zone, like
and they do have less
I
control.
think I could
since they will
like
likely
go
not be
around it
spamming
with
crossbolts.
actually
They
no, I
won't
think
have
you
cold
need a
snap
flying mount to
to
get to certain
get those
parts of
double
this
novas
map
off.
and like
So when they get
Ice
heavily
Crown.
targeted and they're kicked in Arcane, they will really struggle. However, Arcane looks just incredible for level 40, when I think everybody will worry about running into a mage, because they could be running Presence of Mind and Arcane Power, There might even be an unused damage trinket at this level, or they'll have to wait for level 60 for that. That will just be an incredibly dangerous 1v1 specialization where they can instantly get you into a polymorph and just at range open up with a big fire spell into a lot of arcane explosion spam, the heals and damages as well. That could be really silly later on. All this means that arcane lands at the bottom end of the A tier for me. They look incredibly strong in the right situations, but could fall flat really quickly if they get interrupted in arcane. And a lot of classes will have interrupts in Season of Discovery. Moving on to Fire Mages. They get an incredibly powerful rune with Burnout for 15 crit, add a little bit of additional mana cost when they crit. They're a little bit mana hungry as well. They get Living Bomb, which is a decent dot. They get Icy Vein, which is going to provide them incredible value for their long casts. They have a fresh new Pyroblast and Fireball doing really, really good damage. And for a fast cast, they have Scorch for when they can't get a long cast off. Then they get some really good talents with Impact for a stun, Burning Soul to avoid interruptions from Hunters, say, Flamethrowing, making them the longest range caster, matching the range of Hunters, and Ignite as a valid option, since they will have some crit at this level even. But it's a tough choice as a Fire Mage, because you are spoiled with a lot of good talents at this low level, although there's even more really good talents coming up in the next 15 levels, adding a lot of crit and crit utility. But Fire Mages will be an absolutely amazing glass cannon. I don't think anyone will be able to match them in this category, as they will both have really strong and fairly consistent burst potential, be that if they get a setup in a 1v1 with a poly into a pyro, or they just get a regular crit or impact stun, while Living Bomb just helps add some pressure. Add into the mix Icy Veins for some really fast casts. As if that's not enough, they still have pretty decent control with the basic mage spells, making Fire Mages an absolute top pick for any group PvP scenario.
You guys gonna join Season of Discovery?
Right now is the lack of Blast Wave, and then they could use a little bit more spell damage and spell crit to really take off, but Burnout has really changed the game from a low level. So while I think they will be a lot of fun already now,
I'm pretty sure.
I think they will be incredibly fun at level.
Hard to talk over this, guys. So I'm pretty sure Season of Discovery will be like its own thing. Like Season of Mastery, they allowed you to like copy your characters from there, but like with how broken shit is, like some specs, putting them back into like the main game with everyone else, like I don't see how that would appease people. Like I think it would be like another like version of WoW that like how people either play classic era, they either play hardcore or they're playing Wrath. SO2 will be like one of the other ones, or they're playing retail. But yeah, I think Season of Discovery will be like its own thing. It'll probably go on for like over a year of like they're gonna, depending on how they release shit.
Level 40, when they get their Blast Wave, and they likely get access to a little bit more spell power as they scale quite well. And then only your imagination is the limit to how much fun all these runes will be on a Fire Mage with an Elemental spec at level 60. That looks just incredible. Having access to potentially both Ice Block, Shatter, and Blast Wave, giving them a ton of crit potential and some much needed defensives, because of course Fire Mages are susceptible to being targeted. They are much better when they can free cast. So they will do a lot better if somebody will control the target or peel for them, like a rogue, as Fire Mages will have a much less good time if they get heavily interrupted, but they will be able to build a lot of distance and still be effective with their enormous range. And for 1v1s in particular, while they will...
So it's going to be like 25, then I'm assuming they would do like 25 to 45 next, would be like maybe in 3 different patches for all SOD. Like 25, maybe they'll go 35 next, or 40 for the next one, then maybe straight up 60 for the third. I don't know how I could 25, no. Yeah, it'll probably be like over a year long thing before like we get the final level 60 stuff. They'll probably have like patches pre-60, right, for like newer raids. At least that's what I'm thinking.
Require often a polymorph into a hardcast Pyroblast or Fireball set up to do well in 1v1. You can get this off fairly consistently and then just burst down your target before they can do much. And against other casters or healers, if you can get a counterspell in, it's basically GG. So one of the few classes and specializations that look incredibly fun in 1v1, small group and large group scenarios. Therefore I put Fire Mage at the top end of the A tier, with the only reason they're not going all the way to the S tier being that this bracket does not favor burst
In the
really,
chat.
as damage values usually don't match health values at this low level with the lack of
Oh,
spell power.
yeah.
But that could be shifted now that the rune.
She calls it Fell Striker is like totally this thing that Wrath Rogues are going. You guys like want 2 Fell Strikers, right? Or some shit like that. I forget the reasoning behind it, but I remember like I was in a guild in Wrath like last year when this came out, and there was definitely rogues that were like farming Fell Striker and shit. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there was like a good reason to like why you would want 2 Fell Strikers or some shit like that. I forget. Something to do with crit.
Runes offer a lot of offensive capabilities. So that was Mages, a recommended caster for Phase 1, particularly on the basis of Fire Mages and Arcane. You can check out my Priest and Druid guides here. If you like these deep dives, please consider liking the video. As a new YouTuber, it helps me out a lot to get started. And hit subscribe if you want to stay up to date on all my class deep dives. Priest were the strongest PvP casters in Classic for the low-level bracket. For Phase 1 of Season of Discovery, I believe Priest will remain Supreme Caster Kings, and I like to think of them as the ultimate hybrid, being harder to kill as a hybrid should be, while dishing out consistent, relentless damage. Their runes seem to facilitate this playstyle even further, with a lot of flexibility for more offensive or defensive builds. Also, they seem to have picked up one of the strongest all-round rune options, so let's dive in to find out more. I'm going to start with the Priest core spells, as any priest, be it Shadow, Holy, or Discipline, will be using these.
I don't remember that, but then again, I never did
have the powerful power
what you call it, Tempest Keep when I was playing Burning Crusade.
Their shadow damage spells are a little bit lackluster at this level, with Shadow Word Pain in particular being a low rank level. However, their heals are really strong, with Flash Heal in particular, and they have strong utility of Dispels and Fear. And then keep in mind they have some very interesting choices, with Dwarf being the superior defensive choice, granting them Fear Ward and Desperate Prayer, while the Horde side have the more offensive options, be that either Undead with the Devouring Plague, which is a bit expensive, but does offer a lot of value with both damage and heal over 24 seconds, or alternatively Shadow Guard.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what's going to happen is like the same thing that happened to TBC, where they got rid of the TBC servers in favor for Wrath servers, so like they just turn into Wrath. So I'd assume all the Wrath servers will just turn into Kata, and like I don't know, unless I'm wrong, but I don't think I heard anything about like them keeping Wrath only servers. That's basically what happened to TBC servers, right? Alright, we're going up here.
Really good when you get a little bit of spell power, as it scales really well for Troll. So getting into the meat of the new runes, and Discipline in particular, Penance is just really, really strong healing and okay damage if you use it offensively. It looks like it's going to match a Lava Burst crit on its healing, basically. So that's really strong. An alternative that has become much better now with the latest patch notes is Circle of Healing for a large AoE party heal, being instant on a short 6-second cooldown. That's an option worth considering for group play. Prayer of Mending seems to be a really strong choice here for single target healing on yourself, or bouncing it back and forth between you and your teammates, which offers incredible value if you can get a couple bounces off. And it can bounce on anything like a
But then again, I think the reason they also didn't keep TBC because it didn't do as good as vanilla, so they killed off the TBC servers, but maybe they'll keep Wrath because Wrath did a better job than TBC. Like, people liked it more, had more subscribers, I believe.
Interesting choice, as it looks
we'll
like
have to see when it happens.
Hit for a reasonable amount and will just keep going for a very long time and be kind of hard to kill. And then you get to choose between Strength of Soul or Void Plague, with Strength of Soul being a very decent defensive option, making you able to use your Power Word Shield incredibly fast in between each other, or just adding another strong dot, which is a disease, so not dispellable with the same school like your Shadow Word Pain. In terms of talents, Inner Focus looks like just periodly the best talent priests have available at this level in particular, with it offering a completely free spell, so you can even keep mana regenerating while you cast this, which on top has a 25% crit chance if you use it for a heal or a Mind Blast. Then you have the option to take Meditation, which could be useful if you're stuck in combat for long periods of time healing. Regen values at level 25 might be pretty okay. One specialization, which everybody should know is incredibly strong at low level, as wands don't scale very well.
Yeah, I think Classic Era will be around for a while. Like, I don't think they're going to get rid of that.
Value right there every time you want. Or alternatively, if you can fit it in, Unbreakable Will, adding stun resist or fear resist. I think especially as a horde, you can consider that one, given that paladins have a consistent Hammer of Justice stun, given that there will be more stuns coming out of the Alliance from paladins having their Hammer of Justice available at this level. Moving into the pros and cons of Discipline Priest. This is a healer that's incredibly hard to stop, being very defensive with the inner fire buff as well, as just being able to have a lot of shields, and now with Penance and Prayer of Mending, potentially having a lot to do in between shields and renews and penances. So you'll most likely want to take Penance, as it's just one of the strongest runes in the game right now, offering a ton of healing throughput. Beyond that, you'll have some versatile options, with the offensive build revolving around Homunculi and Void Plague, meaning you will have a lot of rot damage, especially if you go Troll or Undead on top of that, or additional dot-like abilities. There's a defensive alternative with Strength of Soul and Prayer of Mending, making you basically almost impossible to kill, especially if you go Dwarf for Desperate Prayer on top of that. You'll have so much throughput and so many instant cast options to just keep you going as long as you have mana. If you really want to heal
GDKP guilds. I don't know if I was in one actually. I don't know. I've done GDKPs with like guildies and shit in the past, but I don't think I've ever been in like an actual just GDKP guilds. My broke ass would be like leeching every single time. Looks like this guy is camping the Time Lost Proto Drake.
a lot in groups, you could consider going Serendipity and Power Word Barrier. That will just offer like a ton of utility for group play, as you can then stack up on the Serendipity buffs to have a really big heal ready to go when needed, while the barrier can just soak up so much damage if there's burst coming in. They have a really decent CC with an instant cast fear. Of course, it's in a melee range, so it can be a bit hard to get off with it having certain
Alright, we got an 80 tank.
I think the
we'll
offensive build will be a contender to being just the absolute king of any 1v1 scenario. If you have mana, I think the only option your opponent will have is basically to run away, which is a valid option because priests don't have the burst nor the speed to just chase you down. But they do
bro's
have
just out here carrying it. It's like 5k
which
gear
are
score.
very useful for team play. And
what did they even like keep for
as
these
well.
normal dungeons?
One at
like,
this level is just amazing.
oh,
free
he's
damage.
with another person from
And it's
Skande.
interesting that
like with the
previously
friends.
there was a very, very strong wand that was famous for a quest out of Black Phantom Deeps, and that's where the first raid would be. I feel pretty confident there must be some wand in there that will be pretty good, making wand specialization and wanding even more powerful. So with Discipline's main downfall being just running out of mana, they are very solid, having meditation for mana regen while they're casting, and also inner focus, which will just be really, really good for that free cast, big heal or penance. Another good thing is they don't really need spell damage to be strong, and since there isn't a lot available at level 25, that's okay for them. In terms of cons, Discipline Priests strongly lack mobility, and it might be said that level 25 might be the best time Priests will have throughout the Season of Discovery, but that doesn't mean that there will be 4 later on. There will just be other classes that catch up a little bit to them, but they will still be strong, but they do not scale as much as other classes. And they aren't missing as much as other classes are, as some of their talents later on for Discipline aren't that strong later on. With all this in mind, this puts Discipline arguably at the top of the S tier. They're just really, really strong defensively, and the only thing that could be hypothetically a little bit better would be their offensive burst. But if you go into some of the offensive runes and go Horde, you're basically
You guys,
there.
you're USA.
Moving on to
we're
Fortress,
USA.
The only thing I think you should
North
consider
America.
for Holy is that you can get a lot more consistent arch heals off. Of course, you would probably use Serendipity here as well. And then every time you've cast 1 or 2 flash heals, you have a really, really strong heal coming in between penances. You get the option to much more consistently also cast Smite with the Divine Fury talent. That's something. But still, Smite is 2-second cast, which is hard to get off for low damage and quite easy to interrupt. So I feel like you might just be better off wanding. Other than that, you just only get Holy Nova, which is slightly interesting for getting people out of stealth or just AoE healing when you're in the thick of it. Beyond that, it's very much similar to Discipline Priest. It's not bad because Priest is strong at this level. But yeah, what can you say about Holy Priest? It can basically do quite similar things as Discipline, just a little bit less good at conserving mana, but it will be a lot better later on at level 40 plus when you get a lot more of the throughput and mana saving talents in the Holy Tree, which will definitely make it the go-to PvE healing tree, which means it also has some value in raid PvP, for example. And keep in mind the healing focused talent in the first row is something Discipline can easily take as well, and probably will want to, so that you won't get interrupted on damage from your penance at least, and even your flash heals. But yeah, I've lowballed Holy here because I think they don't offer much in the talent tree. It won't be D tier to play it, but compared to what Discipline brings, it is just relative D tier. So quickly moving on to Shadow Priest. So what's interesting about Shadow at level 25 is that it isn't really Shadow, it's just a slightly more offensive healing priest. Of course you can go Shadow Word Death, but at the cost of penance, I feel that's really not worth it, as Shadow Word Death only has situational uses and penance will just always be incredible defensive value and decent offensive value as well. Later on, you will really have a big choice between the Void Plate Dot and Twisted Faith, which will boost your Mind Flay and Mind Blast significantly when Shadow Word Pain is on the target. You could choose Shared Pain as an alternative rune to have those blackout procs going everywhere when you're up against a raid that is tightly stacked. But they have a few standout talents, with Blackout being pretty okay, and then offering a few spell hit talents for Shadow in the second row, which can be very nice for not missing a fear, for example. And they get a bit of cooldown reduction on their fear, which is always solid, as it's a very useful ability against melee. Consider warriors won't even have a consistent fear break at this level. But the downfall really is that Mind Flay really isn't that good. I mean, 75 damage over 3 seconds when Shamans can cast a 500 damage lava burst in 2 seconds just seems ridiculously undertuned regardless of it slowing or not. I mean, it has a very low range at 20 yards. So looking further into the pros and cons, yeah, Blackout procs are really good to weaving in the Mind Blast, for example, or just getting a little bit of distance, but it is RNG heavy, as 10% isn't that much. You can spam just rank 1 to just get it to proc. That is a strategy sometimes people use. I think if you really want to be Shadow Priest, you just kind of have to go either Undead or Troll, because you clearly want to be more offensive, and they offer some really good tools there. The biggest pro about Shadow I can say is that there will be an absolute beast specialization come level 40 in Shadow form, from level 40 to level 60 in particular.
He's doing
they
like
just do 40% more damage most of the time. They have silence. They have a 15% physical damage reduction on them, and they will lifesteal with Vampiric Embrace for 20% of the damage dealt. They are just ridiculous in those 20 levels. And now with level 40 and level 50 being 2 separate brackets we will have to play for months down the road, that will be really fun for Shadow Priests. Because at level 60 later on, when gear comes into play, they don't scale as well as some of the other casters like Warlocks. So some might say, well, why play Shadow Priest when you can be a Warlock and be a superior Shadow Priest? They are quite different at level 40 and level 50, I will say. And Shadow Priest really has a place in those brackets in particular. I mean, who knows what's going to happen at level 60 right now, so I won't even speculate about that. Okay, yeah, the cons is that, again, Mind Flay is just going to be quite mana hungry. You spamming it and getting interrupted on it and it not doing a lot of damage. You're probably gonna just get a lot more value and efficiency out of meditation and one specialization and improved shields and inner focus in the discipline tree, because you're not gonna be killing people super fast anyway as Shadow. So you might as well just want them, because that can't really be interrupted apart from stuns. And you're fairly unkillable as a priest, at least 1v1. Another con is that most of their good talents come, in between level 35 and 40. So the talent tree in Shadow is just not very strong at the bottom tier. So it looks like to get value out of the Twisted Faith rune, which is specifically made to level up Shadow's Mind Blast and Mind Flay abilities, it's just not offering a lot of value compared to Void Blade. And Shadow Priest's downfall is just running out of mana really fast. And there's no news about any mana regen runes for Shadow Priest right now. So it looks like for PvE even, they will have to rely on other people's runes that help them get mana. Priest all in all just lack mobility, so that's another thing that really makes them feel less good. So because of these considerable cons, they actually go down to a B tier, I think. This might again be an exaggeration, just to highlight that Shadow just isn't that impressive compared to what Discipline can do. There is one more talent option in there where you kind of mix it. So you get Blackout proc and you go for Inner Focus. That might be a decent middle of the road option, so there's some hybridization to consider there, if you don't feel that you need the meditation talents to have enough mana to keep going. But yeah, that was my Priest deep dive. A really strong base class with then Discipline standing out as the talent tree that offers the most, where the others two are a bit more lacking, but still leaves it a very strong class overall, with a ton of flexibility in their runes. So that's very exciting. You can check out my Druid and Shaman guides right here. If you like these deep dives, please consider liking the video. As a new YouTuber, it helps me out a lot to get started. And hit subscribe if you want to stay up to date on all my class deep dives.
Alright, be right back.
The most hated role in gaming? What the fuck? Tank is the most hated role? Is it?
However, many weapons are the direct descendants of earlier versions first developed generations ago.
Yeah.
The Minutemen of Lexington and Concord used a gun which was the fourth.
Alright, let's talk about tanks in video games.
Sure.
The tank role has been an integral part of multiplayer gaming, especially in MMORPGs, since forever. From PvP games like Overwatch and League of Legends to PvE titles like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV, tanks are typically the least popular role in gaming, and those who do take on the burden often risk toxicity and ridicule from fellow players.
Oh, this is so true, especially a Shaman tank.
Baby, you're a little toddler. Shut the fuck up.
Why is one of the most important video game roles so unpopular? That is what we're going to explore today.
Tanks and why we hate them.
So,
the reason why I think tanks are unpopular and people don't play them is because, like, in classic WoW, it's not fun to play a tank. That's the main reason. It's got nothing to do with anything else. It's just simply not fun to play a tank because you don't do any damage, you can't do anything. Oftentimes, your effectiveness is tied to other players, and you have more responsibility.
What other roles are there?
And you can't solo either.
Besides the tank. For that, we'll look at the Holy Trinity. A concept, not that Holy Trinity. This one is a staple of most MMORPGs. It breaks down into three general roles. DPS, whose focus is dealing damage per second, the healers, who keep everyone alive,
What happened in your
and the
first
tanks,
Turok dungeon?
who soak up damage from enemies. Today, the Holy Trinity remains common and is used in titles like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV.
It always worries me whenever I see a game that doesn't use that Holy Trinity system.
Oh, like the mount?
It's gonna be bad.
Right.
So, what does playing a tank actually entail? For this, we'll go to Wikipedia. Tank characters deliberately attract enemy attention and attacks, potentially by using in-game mechanics that force them to be targeted to act as a decoy for teammates. Since this requires them to endure concentrated enemy attacks, they typically rely on a high health pool or support by friendly healers to survive while sacrificing their own damage output. Basically, your job is to attract the attention of enemies and make sure that your teammates don't get caught in the line of fire. Because it's up to you to decide how many monsters you pull and where they'll be positioned, you, by default, also dictate the pace of the raid. Go too fast, healing and damage output won't be enough to keep you alive, and you're going to die. Go too slow, your party is going to get frustrated and move at a snail's pace. Go at just the right speed, and no one will acknowledge that you did anything at all. Plus,
I feel like tanking is usually a job that gets some level of acknowledgement. I personally think that the job that is the most hated is healers. I think that healers have the worst job. Because as a healer, the difficulty of the game is completely determined by the other people in your party.
Yeah,
like
behind every great Shaman tank there is a good healer.
Plus affixes in every single dungeon, because those are the other 4 people you're playing with.
if those two things weren't enough pressure already, the success of a raid hinges purely on the tank. If a DPS or a healer dies, you can sometimes get away with it, but almost always, if a tank dies, the run is over. For this reason, good tanks are hard to come by. And unless you're a streamer running mythic content with a team of trained professionals, most tanks you meet in matchmaking are not going to be perfect.
Like, and you run still. Somebody's standing behind the thing. You're like, nah, I'm going here. Come on.
Let's look at an example.
It's also that the tanks usually, the problem is the tank has to have the highest level of knowledge about the fight usually. Like, for example, on Blackhand there, the tank had to know, like, where the positioning for the boss needed to be, how to avoid the fire, how to make sure that the boss was away from the tank that was going to spawn in phase 2. They had to be facing the boss towards the balconies that you had to knock players up to and kill. Like, it was very complex. So I think tanking at a base level is probably about as hard as DPS. But the problem is that whenever a DPS makes a mistake, it doesn't matter that much. But whenever a tank makes a mistake, it's usually a wipe.
Example from World of Warcraft. Broodkeeper Diurna. While the fight is fairly straightforward once you understand the mechanics, it's filled with potential run-enders if the tank isn't ready. First, the party has to destroy a bunch of eggs before they hatch. While this is pretty easy, you also have to stay at least 50 yards away from the boss to avoid taking unnecessary damage, so the tank has to know what path to take to be efficient. You also have to be aware of
also the tank has to be aware of where the ads are going to spawn too.
Powerful tank debuff that is a potential run-ender. All the while, you're communicating with your team to make sure they're focusing on the right things and drawing aggro from enemies. For less experienced players who haven't practiced the most efficient routes, the fight can be frustrating and difficult.
And this is even more true with Mythic Plus. Like, I would not want to do Mythic Plus dungeons because I don't really know what I'm doing as a tank. And there's like so much min-maxing of Mythic Plus dungeons that if you're not doing it exactly the right way, then people get really mad at you.
Plus, if we go back to the last part of the Wikipedia definition, it's clear that a tank's success isn't just up to them. They typically rely on a high health pool or support by friendly healers.
This is why I'm playing DPS in hardcore, because I don't trust anybody
to survive.
That's why.
Although tanks might look like this, they're not invincible. They can only soak up so much damage before they need to be healed, which means if you don't have a good healer, you're going to die. And because you're the tank, you're going to take most of the blame. Which brings us to the social element of being a tank. For the most part, unless you're playing with friends, being a tank sucks. On top of having to tank enemies,
bro, all my tanking was literally with like a bunch of pugs
and mean words from their fellow party members.
Most
Steven
of my
Messner,
tanking,
a former writer for PC Gamer, put it best when he described his own
I've grouped
experience
with
as a
Numbskull
tank
before
in
in
World of
classic,
Warcraft. This is the first time I've run the dungeon on Mythic difficulty, a nightmarish gauntlet where Blizzard throws all of its cruelest ideas at players in exchange for awesome loot.
But Mythic Dungeon isn't the same thing.
Every tip from the countless guides I've read couldn't have prepared me for the monsters inside. It's not the bloodthirsty, Viking-like Vrykul, but the player that's berating because I am a piece of tank and cancer.
No! Don't f***ing laugh! Oh, I want to punch you in the
Messner's experiences,
which to be fair, like, there are a lot of tanks, and I don't want to make this turn into like some kind of tank support group, okay? I don't want tanks to watch this video and think to themselves, oh, it's so hard to be me, I work so hard, and, you know, like, I deserve to be taken seriously. Guys. There's a lot of tanks that get shit because they're fucking garbage. They actually suck. They don't know anything about the fucking game. They click their abilities. They backpedal. They can't hold aggro. They don't know the dungeon.
Backpedaling isn't that bad, okay? It's like the most safest way.
and they're
It's
fucking
slower, but it's the
garbage.
fast. I mean,
And you
safest
know what?
way.
You can tell whenever something
To
like
avoid
that
getting
happens
crit,
because it will
like, or
ruin
hit
your
from behind.
entire fucking day. It is so bad. Not using a shield. Yeah, there you go.
Not unique. And he goes on to say, quote, as much as
I
verbally
would say most tanks suck.
harassing strangers on the internet is tasteless, I also can't help but sympathize when a player gets angry at me.
Yeah, because it's
After
probably
all,
your fault.
my failures are actively wasting their time,
That's right.
and no one wants to spend 40 minutes clearing a dungeon that should take 20. This kind of toxicity is rampant in matchmaking.
I also think that tanking is it's a much easier role to do in terms of like expectations. So tanking is very binary, where like if you're holding aggro and you're not dying, you're a good tank. It's only until like you get into like Mythic 20 plus that people care about a tank's DPS. And realistically, nobody is going to criticize you on your DPS as a tank as long as you're staying alive and you're holding aggro. Whereas as a DPS, you are always criticized on your DPS in relation to other people. So I actually think that tanking is probably the easiest role in a lot of ways. Like if you understand the dungeon, in terms of expectations, tanking is the easiest role.
And it's one of the reasons it's so easy to find a tank. No one wants to do it, so every party is looking for one.
It's
For example,
a
if you
person-to-person
queue up as a
basis,
DPS,
whether
you're
it's
probably going to
like
take
the
15 to
easiest
20
role.
minutes to match up with other players.
Yeah.
But if you queue up as a tank, it'll usually take less than 3 minutes before an open slot is found. Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is, unless you're playing with friends, you're going to run into some toxic players through matchmaking. And this isn't just in MMOs. In fact, it's easy to argue that tanks are even more unpopular in PvP games. Because, if we return one more time to Wikipedia, the final 6 words are the nail in the coffin, while sacrificing their own damage output. And that's the kicker. While the tank is meant to be...
What the fuck ever, man. Like, dude, Zarya is OP as fuck in Overwatch. Like, I did tons of damage to Reinhardt. What do you mean? Bro, like, whenever you play tank, you can do so much fucking damage in Overwatch.
More than just a meat shield in
Well, actually,
Overwatch,
all the tanks in
tasked with
Overwatch are
controlling
meant to
space,
be doing more
dictating
damage than
engagements,
DPS,
and
actually.
feeling for wounded teammates.
Like, they're
They
given
trade
the
their
toolkit
defense
for...
offense.
Well,
no matter how cool
depends
or
on how you play
well-designed a
them.
tank character is,
I've
the
seen some
average player
shitty
will find it
Winstons.
boring if they can't kill anything. So how can developers fix this?
I'm gonna be honest, like, I think tank is the most fun role to play in Overwatch.
Well, it's
No.
not as simple as just giving tanks more
He hasn't
offensive
fought enough
ability.
good Annas
The
that
line
will
between
sleep and,
glorified
like,
meat shield
purple
and
you with the
unkillable death machine
anti-nid.
is a razor's edge. And when the tuning is just
Discord's
See that,
concerned.
bro? Like, that was, see that? Look at, watch.
off,
Literally,
the Holy
oh, did
Trinity
one tap him?
gets thrown into
Wait.
chaos. After all,
Why didn't it kill him in one hit?
if tanks can DPS as well as the DPS, why DPS? For
Yeah.
Overwatch 1, this issue resulted
Oh
in
yeah,
confusion.
goats. I
For
remember.
more than a year, basically every professional team
Oh, it
was running
I normally played Lucio though for
3
goats.
tanks and 3 supports, with every DPS character other
That
than
or Brig.
Sombra
Yeah.
becoming useless. The reason?
I hated
Tanks
that
could deal
character.
just as much, if not more damage,
That's right.
all the while having the added benefit of being
More
a
health.
walking refrigerator.
Yeah.
The problem was so bad that they couldn't just change the characters, they had to change the
Yeah, that makes
weapons.
sense. Like in
First
terms of
was the
warrior
roll-up,
threat.
which ensured 2 DPS,
Warrior
2
Rage.
healers, and 2 tanks per team.
Yep.
And then in Overwatch 2, they fully transitioned to a 5v5 format so that teams couldn't have 2 tanks. Plus, tanks in PvP games share a lot of the same issues as their PvE counterparts.
I think the problem is, like, I'm talking about at WoW in specific. I hate tanks in PvP and WoW. I
used to play a
absolutely fucking
Brewmaster monk
The
and
only
Warlord's
time that I
Drainer
think
for
you should be able to play
PvP.
tank in PvP
You'd play
is
that
if
with
there's a flag
Blood
that you need to
DK
pick
and
up.
like a
Like,
Resto
I think
Druid or
that
some
you
shit
should
like that.
literally not be allowed
It was
to
called
tank
like
into
I
a
forget
room.
what the name of the.
It
It
should
was
just
like
be
a really
grayed out.
meme like
You can't do it. No prop paladins.
Holinka
no guardian
cleave.
druids,
Because
no blood
Holinka was
DKs,
the
no
PvP
prop
guy
paladins.
back
It should
during
never
Warlords of
fucking
the
exist.
Draenor.
It is like it is never fun to fight against a tank.
Yeah, it was called
Now, I'll
Holinka
tell you this,
Cleave.
though.
I forget
In
what the
another
healer
game,
was,
like
but it was
Overwatch,
a
where I
Blood
remember I played
DK
Heroes of the
and
Storm back in the
Brewmaster
day,
monk with
like
like a
tanking
healer.
was pretty much fine. But holy fuck, did I hate playing tanks against WoW? Playing against tanks in WoW, it was awful.
Similarly, in League of Legends, tank champions like Ornn and Maokai seem to flip-flop from being insanely overtuned, simultaneously tanking and dealing the most damage on their team, to being nearly useless, no matter how fed they become. On top of this, tanks in League have to engage fights and peel for DPSs, and if they don't perform perfectly, they're gonna get flamed.
Well, and that's the other thing, right? Is like the tank needs to be aware of like the tank needs the highest level of knowledge because they do initiate encounters. So like whenever the tank makes a play, like an Overwatch or something like that, the tank has to make that play because they know what everything is happening. They know everything that's happening. Mercy Way raid? Wait, I got a raid? Watch, what's this? Oh, it's her? Oh shit, yo, what up, boys? Hey! Hey, guys! How you doing? Yeah, hi, guys. Yeah, yeah, hi. Hi. Hope you're having fun. This is a little bit different than what you saw before. Yeah. But it's still good.
Games that truly succeed in implementing tanks are the ones that don't pigeonhole themselves with the traditional Holy Trinity. Take the Heavy in Team Fortress 2, for example. He has the most health in the game, but he also has the slowest speed in the game. He has a 50% reduction in knockback, but is a sitting duck for snipers. He can dish out a decent amount of damage, but easily gets outmaneuvered by scouts. Because TF2 doesn't have a set DPS, healer, and tank role, the Heavy isn't a mandatory character to have in your comp. But when you do include him, he's balanced and synergizes well with the medic, as God intended. For most games, however,
As
the
God
tank role
intended.
remains unbalanced. Whether it's tanking for a raid group in World of Warcraft,
I think that Lost Ark has tanking very well designed. I think that a Gun Lancer tank in Lost Ark is probably the best implementation of a tank that we've seen.
defending the point as a tank in Overwatch, or being the frontline tank in any multiplayer game in general, tanks are a tough role to get into. While it can feel incredibly satisfying in a pre-made group where everything gels and goes smoothly, it's typically a gamble every time you're solo queuing, and the experience can quickly go from bad to terrible. With all the stress associated with the role, tank players truly are unsung heroes. The game knowledge and
No, they're not. Let's just stop this right now. I play tank all the time. Tanking is not an unsung hero job. It's literally just being able to do the same thing that everybody else is doing, but knowing it slightly better. You have the lowest expectations of anybody in the group. So basically, if you're gonna have like, what is the hardest role? DPS is the hardest role. Because you are always being graded against the best players in the game. Whereas like healing is binary, tanking is generally binary. And let me explain why. Healers, all you have to do is make sure that other people don't die. If you do that, you're a good healer. Tanking, all you have to do is make sure that you don't die and you hold aggro. If you do that, you're a good tank. But DPS are always graded against the highest and best player that did whatever fight that they're doing. So because of that, DPS will always be viewed not really as comparatively good or bad as they really are. Does that make sense? Fucking read chat? No, why would I read chat? I know what I'm talking about. I played the game 15 years. I know this better than everybody else. Yeah, explain Gunland strat. Yeah, that's just the way it is. Bro, never played a healer? No. Healing can be really hard, but healing is only as hard as the other people in the group make it.
I don't know.
So like healing, the difficulty.
So sometimes deep depends on the version of WoW. Like some DPS just press one fucking button.
Because
so I mean, the tank you're pressing at least 3, 4, 5 buttons on a regular basis.
Challenge mode runs back in the day. Healers usually didn't even do anything. They're just sitting there.
With
doing
like healers, they're like pressing one
doing, like,
button. I guess is more for most healers.
Because they don't need to be spamming heals because everybody else in the group is really good. But the difference is that healing can be really hard, absolutely. But DPS is always going to be hard because you're required to play at a level that is like extremely high because you're always being graded against other DPS.
I forgot to look on the first guy.
Higher, but healing can't always be higher. This is correct. Healers in chat are molding. Yeah.
The role demands, and the thick skin you need, in addition to your thick armor, makes it a hard but rewarding role.
Well, one thing we can agree on, right, is we're arguing in chat whether healing or tanking is hard, or sorry, whether healing or DPS is harder. Nobody's arguing whether tanking is harder, okay? My point is that tanking
in FF14 it's like super easy. Like definitely FF14 tanking.
So the next time you see a tank player in your game, show them some appreciation.
Asmon has never played Shaman tank.
Just remember, it's hard
it's like a whole. That's why I don't really wholly agree with what he's saying. Like he plays a warrior. Like
this video
play a Shaman tank, and then tell me Shaman. Or tell me tanking is easy. I don't know.
And shout out to B, Pass, Shampoo, and Yashichi for being platinum supporters. as well as an extra special shout out to
You
Cloud,
literally
Steph, and
gotta
Jack
like
for
convince
being
people
diamond
that Shaman can tank, which is like the first challenge before even like getting into the
support our
dungeon.
channel and get info on unreleased videos, check out our Patreon.
You gotta have like a silver
If you wanna help us
tongue,
out in
the
a different way,
charisma.
leaving a like, subscribing,
Know what you're talking
and hitting the bell
about.
to stay up to date is also appreciated. My name is
This is a
Jonah.
really good video.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I actually like this a lot. This is a really good video. I'm gonna link it to you guys. I just think tanks get hate because they're stupid. They get hate because they're bad. Just be good.
I don't know why that one mob always has to do that stupid pathing. Like, just come with your buddies. Like, they're all here. Gotta be like quick enough to like hit him with a range attack so that he doesn't like do a lap around there. So this is a wand. Granted, though, I'm not saying this version of Shaman tank I'm playing is hard because I'm literally pressing 2 buttons myself as well. I mean, there's a few. Like, I got like a mini rotation where I pop Stone Skin in advance for like the bubble, and then I go back to Stone Skin. So there's like a couple more buttons I press, I guess. I press Bloodlust every now and then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, from what I remember of doing enhanced Shaman tanking, like, that's a bit more trickier, because, like, there's at least, like, 2 extra buttons I gotta press. It's like, the Lava Lash is, like, way at the bottom. Then there's, like, Shield Weaving with Offhand Weapon, going between Dual Wield and, Sword and Board. I don't know how I could explain this, but like everyone is always like, yeah, but that reduces your threat by 30%. That's to make up for the crazy amount of threat I'd get from just having dual wield. Like, that is higher threat gained than like lost altogether. Because you can have double, which calls it Flame Tongue Weapon, for harder hitting, which calls it Frost Shocks as well. What else? You could go double Wind Fury. That was like a thing in TPC, and it like synergized with another talent. It was like an attack power talent, but it only procced every time you crit, and whenever you proc that, you would get a threat for it. I think it was like Unleash Rage, but it used to be like a different. It used to be like something that procced off of crits type of deal, so that's why you'd go double Wind Fury and TBC for crit. Alright, pop everything under the book. Yeah, my fire release should be on like crack mode. I don't know if he attacks super fast with all the haste, or unless it's just spell power. I'd have to look back into it. Alright, see my bars. But I think I just almost finished like 2 quests here. I think I still need to get like 10 Relics of Boldor and a Vial of Frost or some shit. I'd have to read that quest.
This video got people mad at Belluer. They hated him because he spoke the truth.
Hey everyone, so today I think we need to have a bit of a chat. There's almost a issue with the way that we do videos here where it's going to be like, hey, there's a new game feature, let's do a guide on the new feature. Or
Right.
there's a new bit of lore, let's talk about the lore.
Naturally.
And sometimes that means that I don't really have a way to talk to you about what's actually going on, even when we all can feel that something is a little off. I feel like a lot of our content, I haven't been able to speak to like what I think a lot of you are actually feeling, right, in the Warcraft space. So it's kind of...
There's such an important thing with games, and it's the vibe check of a game. And I think that that's probably the best way that I can describe the difference between, let's say, Cyberpunk and Starfield. Is like Cyberpunk doesn't just meet the vibe check, it hits it. Whereas like Starfield is like, this is a video game. And if the vibe check of a game isn't there, then the game just isn't successful, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. The style, everything about it, immersion.
Kind of time to do that now. Things are a bit strange right now. I mean, by most design metrics, the narrative around WoW has been pretty
Look at this, bro. Like, remember back whenever fucking that guy in Warcraft 2 held the other dude's severed head up? Remember that? And then whenever they used to, like, you know, fucking like just like torture people and shit, the orcs used to do that. Yeah. And now we have this. It's a different vibe.
Good. The team have actioned on our feedback. So why do things feel odd? I mean, I'm surely not the only person who's felt this. I kind of asked a bunch of probing questions on Twitter, right? I got like 1,850 replies. It's probably over 2,000 now. I got DMs from people who I cannot identify to you, but I like wasn't surprised. I was like, whoa, they said that too. And yes, I think a lot of us agreed that something feels a bit odd. It seems that no matter what the WoW team does, people just don't care, right?
It's because again, this is just a bunch of sissy femboy bitch stuff. Like, you go to BlizzCon, and yeah, there's like different people there, but like the main audience is fat dudes with Horde t-shirts, wearing cargo pants, and like sandals. That's the heart of the fucking community. And now they're bald. They were walking around 10 years ago and they were balding. Now they're actually bald. And that's it. That's the heart of the community.
And that's even when right now we have more content being pumped into the game than in years. And from working in that space, like, I do get a very visceral feeling of what stuff's...
He's the only one I like, by the way. Ebonhorn is the only one I like. I think Alex Strauss is, like, she's hot, and that's it. Like, Caligos is a pussy. Nosdormo is just, like, just a weirdo. Alex Straza is just, like, okay. Like, who cares? This guy's cool. But the rest of them, who cares?
What stuff's like, as in, you know, we do content about gearing and people are like, gearing, shit and boring, don't care. And, you know, I get that immediate feedback.
I think also there's a problem where like WoW just has such a, like, the game has been the same. Really, every single patch has been the same ever since Legion.
I think this is the amount you're talking about.
Sense. And I understand this
flexing
might be hard
on
to, like,
everyone.
think about, because like obviously like 8.3 you had corruptions and like everything like that, but like really it's been the exact same thing. Like, everything gets reset, you do the new raid, you do the new Mythic Plus dungeons, and then you get your Pinnacle of Gear, and then you wait for the next time for it to happen. It's formulaic. Yes, it is. Corruption was so fun. Corruption was fucking insane.
And you know, they say that an angry audience isn't what kills your game, it's an apathetic audience that kills your game. You know, the people just stop caring, and now you've lost the ability to reach them again.
Yeah.
I mean, by Shadowlands, people were being sucked into this black hole of apathy, right? And Dragonflight...
Well, I think that people were still mad in Shadowlands. People were definitely still mad about the game, and they were angry about Torghast, about Covenants, and everything like that. But then, like, yeah, it's apathy that killed the game. It's kind of funny to see how WoW is pussified the exact same rate as media. It's getting more and more sensitive and whiny. I unironically agree. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. I fucking unironically agree. I think that there should be a rule in WoW cinematics that a character can never talk about how they feel. Never. I don't want to hear about, oh, this was stressful for me. Shut up.
It is good, but we've all felt it. It's a bit funny with videos as well. As an
Remember, like, whenever Varian on the Legion cinematic, he looks at his son, and it's just like absolute fucking raw masculinity, and like he thinks he's like, yeah, I'm trying to build a better world for my son and for the Alliance. And he walks out on his fucking airship and he's about to go to war. And then he fucking goes to war. He fights this dude. He fucking ends up stopping a Fell Reaver, sacrifices himself. Like, what he's talking about, like, man, this is really depressing, you know? At first, I was a gladiator. I didn't remember my thoughts. Now I'm back and I can't even spend time with my son. This is depressing. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, nobody gives a fuck about this. Shut up, man. Look at Anduin. What a pussy. Come on, man. The difference is the good characters used to show you how they felt with their actions. Now the new pussy characters straight up tell you how they feel. A good example of that, and this is a recent example that I think Blizzard did do well, was that that little troll, the Zappy Boy troll, and Sarfang. Like, that one was actually good. Everything else, no, not having it. Garrosh did nothing wrong. I will re-emphasize the truth of that statement. If Garrosh was still the war chief of the Horde, there would be a better chance that I would be Horde right now. Garrosh did do nothing wrong. He was totally in the right. He was the best. And Garrosh should have killed Thrall and Wad. It should have happened. And I understand that the game, again, they're being pussies about it, but they should have done it. Karen did nothing wrong too? True. And to be honest, Karen would have beat the fuck out of Garrosh, right? Like, I mean, let's be real. But like, you know, he got poisoned. Yeah, Karen was a badass.
Example, normally gearing guides do pretty well on the channel. This time, the gearing is like really alt-friendly, it's pretty brisk, there's a lot of ways you can just go and do shit as a player, and it's free from a lot of bullshit that's been there in the past. Put the video out, crickets. Leveling speeds, they're super fast right now with some of the just, you know, doing things right that we worked out in a recent video. That video comes out, crickets. But it's not like...
Well, do you know why? It's because people are just not interested in learning how to play the game because it's very easy, right? It's very easy to figure things out. There are so many tools to do it. And it's like, oh, how can I figure out this new system? Meet the new system, same as the old system. It's the same thing. People have done it so many times.
I'm sitting here to have a big whinge about, oh, the content's not doing well. Because I also know that the only content that we really do in this channel that actually starts to do well
is where you talk about the game and you talk about, like, the future of Classic Plus or something like that. Is that what he's going to say?
Is things like, say, the WoW team talking about the future of the game, like with the World Review.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
That video that came out yesterday, or the video, there was a news video where I covered Chris Mattson coming back and Ian Hazacostas commenting on it. Those clicked with people. And to me, that really does...
Is it pre-watched, or is it the fact that I made WoW content for multiple years, and I actually even made content with Bellior back in the day, and we had those exact same issues, even then? Yeah.
Say something. A lot of people are in the black hole of apathy, right? They're past the event horizon. We just can't get them back. There are still people who are on the brink, and improvement isn't what they want anymore. What they want is something that's big, because the apathy is coming for them. And like with how the leveling and gearing content did, it's the same with patch 10.2, because 10.2, actually, when you go through the interviews, it has really great changes to the game. There's great work being done in classes. I mean, look at this. Ultimate Penance. My main can do that now. That's sick. But if you watch the WoWcast and you see what people's reaction...
But, like, is that as sick as whenever, for example, like, the Crucible Knight pulls out the wings in the second phase and he fucking charges in and spears you? No, it's not even remotely fucking close. It's just some floaty boy that goes up in the air with little wings. And he goes... It's like, what the fuck are we talking about? What is this?
actions are, you just think, oh, it's all more of the same. Don't care.
Yeah.
So it's time to talk about how WoW's expansion that has the best player retention in years is somehow not translating to people wanting to come back. It's strange.
Well, yeah, because it's like you make the same game for 8 years, and eventually you're going to find people that like playing it over and over. That's just how it is. It's not really a surprise, is it? I mean, damn. WoW needs someone like Ultimate or Sephiroth to destroy the planet, reset the whole shit? Well, they had somebody like that, and they wasted it. Wow, it looks so dated. I think this looks fine. It's just the, it's the vibe, you know? It's the fucking vibe.
I think things are going to get to a better place, but first, I think we've got to go through the grim stuff. And there's one thing that's really simple. This, right now,
Youngest
isn't
World
many
of
people's
Warcraft player.
definition of Warcraft.
No,
I'm not
it's
saying
not.
that's the biggest thing, but it's a lot of it. Lore, right? Setting. It kind of all devolved into esoteric bullshit, didn't it? Like, told pretty badly. I mean, Legion, what was that?
See? See? This is the way it used to fucking be. And even Legion wasn't even nearly as fucking absolute raw and masculine as something like Warlords of Draenor. Holy fuck, that was crazy. Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3.
It was the big evil demon people.
Yeah.
And the biggest invasion ever. And then we go to their homeworld and take them down. And it's all charged with, like, Illyrian, Turalian return. There's all the cool mystery stuff. Illidan's back. Velen.
Yeah, it's like, look at this, so fucking badass. Illidan blocks Turalian. Like, that was, like, such a... Like, can you imagine being a paladin and watching that cinematic where Illidan just blocks Turalian's blade with his hand? Bro. It's just fucking sad.
Finally going to deal with all of the crazy stuff. So if you like the Draenei lore,
Yeah.
it was so good, right? It was big, you know, action movie. Shadowlands and BFA, though, I mean, who really gave it to us? For a while, we all just went...
Well, here's a good question, right, with BFA. Is it if Illidan didn't get locked away in, the Pantheon with Sargeras? Do you think that fucking tree would have burnt down? Probably not. There's no way that shit would have happened if Illidan was still in the story.
Talking about
Savant should be dead,
speculation,
yeah.
speculation. But then people kind of realized, hang on, where's the meat? Because WoW was never really about light, order, fel, different parts of the cosmic chart squabbling. That's not what running around as a newbie in Darkshire was.
Well, I think that to a certain degree it was. It's just that, like, it's again kind of like the problem that I was saying with Wizards of the Coast. Whenever you get into like such an abstract form of fantasy storytelling because you're too afraid of your stories having any real life, correlation, like you become so abstract in making such bland and boring stories that they're not relatable. Like, for example, look at the Onyxia questline. The Onyxia questline is very understandable, it's personal, it's about the interpersonal conflicts between people, and it's very raw. You know, there's not like this like big cosmic entity and like this struggle or whatever, and I don't think that's necessarily a problem, right? Because you can have bosses like Yogg-Saron. Why is Yogg-Saron evil? Because he's in, the fuck do you mean, why is he evil? It's an old god, like, shut up, kill him. Right? There's no nuance to this. So it's not like it can be bad, but it's just like the greater, I think that, like, whenever you get into, like, cosmic struggles and, like, the struggles of, like, different, like, cosmic forces, they're better told as, like, an abstract. And I'll give you, like, kind of a kind of good example of this, I think, is Marvel, the current Marvel movies with like the Celestials, and like there is no way that they can add Galactus into the Marvel movies and have it not be a joke. It's the same as the Celestials. they're just so, like, or the Living Tribunal, or some kind of, like, crazy, abstract, hyper-powerful, like, massive, planet-devouring, like, entity. You just can't, it's incomprehensible. You can't, like, these things should exist, but they should exist as, like, a shadow. I think that's the best way I can say it. They should exist as a shadow, and they should never be directly interacted with.
It was
I think that's also one of the reasons why, sorry, I just paused fucking again. That's the other reason why I think the Lord of the Rings mythology works so well, is that you can watch Lord of the Rings, and you can not know anything of the mythology of the game in any capacity. You don't know any lore. But if you learn the lore, it means more. Yeah, it's the Valar in Lord of the Rings. Yes, the Valar in Lord of the Rings. Does it matter that, like, you know, Gandalf's real name is Olren, and he's been sent by Manwë, the Valar, to stop fucking Sauron? Like, no, it doesn't fucking matter. It's completely irrelevant. But, like, like, you don't interact with those characters. And they are a shadow of the story. The orcs are also born out of shit, makes them easier, not great. Yeah, it enhances the story even further, exactly. It's Mithrandir? No, Mithrandir, I think, was the name that he was given by the elves, but his actual name as a Maiar spirit was Olren. Olren is Maiar name? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for trying to correct me on something about Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Better luck next time.
Even when it was touching those big things, it was about massive, unknowable gods that you'll probably never see again, that, you know, you delve into their ruins and, you know, you work out crazy mysteries and lore, but, like, all very grounded, you know? It wasn't about, like, the forces of death having secret agents working in a kind of void sense who then...
I think this probably could have been fine. Like, I guarantee you that if the people that made the narrative for something like Hades made a story like this, it's a very different type of story. I bet they could have probably done a better job and the story would have been good. I actually think that, you know, it's, again, a bad craftsman blames his tools. If you gave the From Software lore team, you gave them this story, they could make it work.
Blackpilled the champion of order to turn him into a massive fell doomer so that he can stop the Void Lords from coming to claim the soul of our world that I guess,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know, is it a big battery? Is this a Halo ring situation?
This was the only cool part of it. This was actually so fucking cool in the cinematic. Like, whoever thought of this is a fucking genius.
Did the prophet of whatever
so
go
badass.
and travel to the Ark to turn on all Halo installations? Because that's kind of what Zereth Mortis stuff felt like. No, it was about, oh look, demons, infinite army.
Well, it's also like, you look at Halo, right? What was, in my opinion, the Halo 2, like, what the fuck moment? The moment that takes the story from being this big and makes it this big. The cinematic with Gravemind, right? Where he's holding the Arbiter and he's holding Master Chief there. And he's like, and like, you finish that cinematic and you're like, what the fuck? Because you thought the game was this big and it turns out to be this big. So again, it is not the problem because it is science fiction or sci-fi or anything like that.
Insane things, the War of the Ancients, an enemy so large it was unfathomable, testing the greatest heroes of the land, creating these epic, big moments, you know, be that Varian, be that Grom dying,
Yeah.
right? That lore that, like, it wasn't about the cosmic forces, no, it was about those characters, right? And those
Yeah.
cool things.
Well, it's also about having characters that people like. And this is a very important fact that, like, a lot of the people that play Warcraft, I think, are guys that want to see masculine, badass characters. And I didn't like how they made Rathian seem like a pompous little bitch. At the beginning of they acted like such a weird bitch. Like, why are you acting like a weird bitch? Stop it. This isn't the Rathian I know. You're just making him act this way so it makes sense for Ebonhorn to take over the Dragonflight. Get the fuck out of here. It was so weird. He's always been a bit of a bitch, but he was more of a selfless bitch. And then it just was so, like, weird, man. Like all the focus, like, oh, like my pride. Yeah, Anduin punched him too hard. Yeah, maybe that was it. And it was so weird because, dude, Rathian is like one of the coolest characters, one of the coolest new characters. And I just think they turned him into being so one-dimensional. I didn't like that at all. And so, yeah, that happened. And then also, like a lot of these other characters that are like, oh, this is a complex character. Well, yeah, it's a complex character, and I'm sure you'd like it if you were a femboy. The fuck is this? What is this pussy shit? What's going on? What the Rathian didn't care about anybody except for trying to do the right thing and making problems? Yes. Rathian was a chaotic good character.
I think what happened is the background, the speculation that we all started to have fun doing, they kind of misunderstood that and seemingly tried to make that like way more of the actual heart of the game. I mean, we all know there's order stuff going on, but like how many times in Dragonflight do characters just talk about
They should have had Razageth have a human form because like, bro, you know, like Razageth had a lot of kids and she was a crazy fucking bitch, right? Like, she was absolutely fucking insane. Probably one of the most insane characters Blizzard's ever made. So you fucking know she would be hot as hell, right? You definitely should have seen her human form. Yeah, she should be, like, ridiculously fucking hot.
With a capital O. And it's like...
Like a hot, big-titty
really
goth girl?
Like
100%.
Because that's how I talk about
nobody
it
else
as a
would put up with her
lore
otherwise.
YouTuber. But you, character, you exist within that world.
Yeah.
And I think where this really happened, or where it really stung, it was betrayal. It was changing, like, what the world felt like.
I don't know if my game's crashing or something. I need to, like, reload because this thing's, like, stuck. This, like, Earth Diamond thing, or whatever, it's stuck on my screen.
And then they completely fucked up the delivery of that. I mean... Take a look at Battle for Azeroth, right? We get this really cool Metzen-y cinematic. It's apparently the last thing Metzen worked on before he left Blizzard. And then what happens as soon as we get in there? Well,
he looks so good. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, dude, Greymane looks so fucking good in the cinematic.
For Azeroth isn't really that Battle for Azeroth. They, at lightning pace, go through like 2 expansions worth of material. They deconstruct and ruin so much of the fundamental lore that people really
Such
liked.
a fucking slow loading screen, my guy.
Felt exploitative. And then you look at, you know, oh look, Sylvanas fighting the Lich King, and it kind of sucked that, you know, Bolvar just got utterly jobbed. But you then go into Shadowlands, and Shadowlands it doesn't even do a good job of like matching the premise of its cinematic, you know? Like, what did Bolvar do? He did barely anything in that expansion, you know?
What has Bolvar ever done? Like, Bolvar, and the thing is, right, Bolvar was a straight-up G. Like, Bolvar was the one who called out Onyxia. He said, hold up, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is it, right? He fucked up. Yeah. And so, but then he just turned into being a bitch. This was obviously, like, I think this cinematic would have been fine if there was just, like, if it made more sense. I don't even have a problem with, like, the outcome of the cinematic. I just think that the way that it was done was bad. But, like, even, and, like, the sad thing is, like, even inside of the cinematic, there was, like, a really
Bro, I can't get this out of my
where,
fucking,
like, let's be
get
honest,
off my screen, what the hell, I think I just gotta relog.
Right? Everybody thought that she was going to do it, and she held it like she was going to, and then she tears it apart. I didn't fucking expect that. That was really cool.
Sylvanas, we actually didn't even get that much of Sylvanas acting as a main villain. Zovaal was kind of useless. We just did a lot of plodding around, you know?
Yeah.
Chasing the sigils. Oh no, the jailer's got the sigils. In one case, because we took it into his house. I mean...
Yeah, that was kind of a mistake, huh?
The level of messing everything up, but most importantly, taking what people loved of Warcraft 3 and the Frozen Throne, and then saying, but it wasn't actually that. The amount of things that Shadowlands changed, that to so many people was the big betrayal. It felt like...
Do you remember whenever they took the Lich King's crown and they turned it into this? This is the new Lich King crown, guys. I'm the Lich King now. Look at me. I'm the Lord of the Dead. Oh my god.
And I would say it pretty much was a bunch of people doing really bad fanfiction. But if Dragonflight is so much better, then surely those problems are solved, right? And that's the weird thing about the Dragonflight era. Compare the Dragonflight cinematic to like any other one, even the Shadowlands one. I mean, it's just, hey, happiness, dragons.
I didn't really have a problem with this cinematic that much. It's just that, like, it definitely wasn't like the same, like, look, it wasn't Warlords of Draenor. It wasn't. It was kind of dull, but yeah, it was not Warlords of Draenor. I'll tell you that.
The Stone Watcher dude who climbs up the big tower, then proceeds to barely really do anything in the game. He's not like a character or anything.
Yeah.
And it's like, you see some of Razageth, who of course we just smashed down in the first raid tier, like it did feel kind of like a whole load of nothing. And then you actually get into this expansion, and the side quests are actually pretty damn good. But once more, we're going around...
Yeah, no, the questing narrative of Dragonflight was the best that they've ever done. If you want to talk about like how it was designed and everything, it was very well done.
Some MacGuffin. Now, the Pillars of Creation were not strong, they happened in Legion. But it feels to me like, you know, oh, 5 pillars, 5 this, 5 that from Il'gynoth. Now we've got to empower the different oath stones. And you're just sitting there as a player being like, why am I empowering an oath stone? What is an oath stone? What if, like, something happened, and instead of going around the place turning on oath stones, whatever that means, we actually were, you know, doing cool shit. And then show don't tell, right? Like, it's one of the most simple things. Show, don't tell. And the amount of that being utterly violated by this expansion, I mean...
Yeah, like, again, like, look at the Wrath of the Lich King cinematic. Look at the Warlords of Draenor cinematic. Look at the Cataclysm cinematic. Show, don't tell. Shit's getting fucked up.
World of Warcraft storytelling is absolutely tell
Alright, I'll be
instead
back
of show.
for like
And it's like,
10,
can they not
5
afford
seconds?
to show
Come on.
these cool things? Are they not interested in making like cool gameplay scenarios in the game? It's happening to the extreme. I mean, you do some basic boring quest, and then characters
I'm assuming
just
we went down
talk
the
about
middle
their
here.
feelings with each other. I'm like,
That's right. See? There it is. I fucking knew it. Exactly. Fucking exactly. That's right.
that's another side of it too. What is going on with like the way these characters are being presented? You know, it's like even beyond problems of the narrative not being that well told by the gameplay. You know, like gameplay being forgettable and just kind of bridging dialogue scenes. And these dialogue scenes are just characters, I mean, generically talking about the same shit every single...
Yeah, nobody cares, but remember whenever Garrosh called Sylvanas a bitch? Remember that? Yeah. That was great. And by the way, like, she was a bitch. She was, man. Like, come on. Everybody knows this. She knows that. And they took it out of the game. I think that is the... Remember what I was talking about with, like, mining canaries? Mining canaries in stories and games where it's like, this isn't a problem in itself, but it's going to be indicative of a much deeper problem to come. That was the fucking mining canary. Right there. They really removed it, yes. They removed Garrosh calling Sylvanas a bitch. Fun fact, warriors in Western society facing world-ending threats and PTSD don't talk about their feelings. Making all of them talk about their feelings is weird. True.
Ding,
You know
ding,
why?
ding, ding,
Because
ding.
this is a fantasy game.
Oh,
that's right.
Rip numbskull. I'll
It's a
get you.
fantasy.
Oh,
And
they
like, you
got
know what, Thrall? You know, Thrall got to express his feelings whenever he conquered Durotar
I guess I can
and
give us
Calibur,
like
and he named Durotar after his
Unleash
father.
Rage, yeah.
Show, don't tell.
There. You know, I'll give us like 2 buffs, 3. Spell power.
It's like, come on, man.
Or spell
Where's
crit
the
and
diversity in our
4%
in the game?
attack
None of
power.
it. It's just, yeah, kind of toothless, feel-good nonsense. And the thing is, like, it's just boring.
Is this
Like,
tank?
that's
Oh,
its
it's
biggest
79.
crime. Even if it's good and well written, it just
Yeah,
ends
yeah.
up being boring.
It is.
And this is an MMORPG. I mean, at best, you've got the likes of, say, Farak and Viranoth, you know, where they're actually pretty compelling characters in their very short screen time. At worst, though, it's like all of the, you know, the therapy babble bullshit that's breaking credulity and, importantly, is just way too dominant. Like, balance is important. You can do that more... I mean, your cool stuff should be heartfelt, too. But, like, you can have that... I don't even... Because you see, for me, the problem is it's just so evenly applied that it's not even good storytelling. But, like, they can do the more soft stuff, but you got to balance that with some stuff that's actually got tooth and claw. Or else the soft stuff, it's just more nothing, right? Just the amount of time has been...
I remember there was a
see,
time in
you know,
Legion where you could tame a
understand my
hunter pet
feelings, I
that
know
looked just
exactly
like
how the
this
community and
this
it was
boss model right here. You could have like a Valkyrie pet as a hunter.
What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Oh, like...
yada yada, and it's just so generic, man. And also, there's an insane inconsistency, and I think a great example of this is the Night Elf versus Forsaken quests. Because, like, or even you could say the 10.1 campaign quests versus the 10.2 campaign quests. I don't know how this is being doled out, but, like, take the Night Elf one. It's essentially Lysander, a total Marisu. You may as well call him friggin' Wesley Crusher. You know, Trek, shut up Wesley, etc., etc. Just going around kind of scolding Maev. It's like, yeah, some 19-year-old Zoomer, and I think Matt's actually working a breakdown that I'll be recording soon for this, but it's like, yeah, some Zoomer comes in, just kind of is like, Maev, I know more about Fel than you, even though Maev's like this pretty legendary character who's been hunting demons and shit for like 10,000 years.
Yeah, didn't she get Illidan? Like, she kind of got Illidan. I feel like that's kind of a big deal. Like... like, it's a really big deal.
And it just feels rubbish. But then you go to the Forsaken quest, and the Forsaken quest totally knows what the Forsaken are. It's gritty, it's gruesome, it's brilliant. The Bronze Flight filled stuff. I mean, the amount of just like, oh, Chromie feels sad. Now Chromie feel good. Chromie hug leg of Nosdormu.
Who cares about Chromie? Who gives a fuck about Chromie? Why the fuck do you think I care about Chromie? The only thing Chromie was ever good for was doing a quest in Eastern Plaguelands. Western Plaguelands. Think I give a fuck about this character? Who cares?
Happy, happy, happy. You know, Nosdormu is sad and depressed. Then people do something for him. Now he's not sad and depressed. The end. And it's like, do you know what you could have done? How cool that could have been? And instead, it just ended up being more padded room soft bullshit.
Fucking true. True. Abso-fucking-lutely. There you go. It's just so weird, man. True, Disney game. Yeah, exactly.
There was none of the cool factor and the spectacle. And the thing is, I know, like, whenever I talk about, say, this image I brought up on Twitter, I was like, hey, I want WoW to feel like this again. And the next thing that I posted was...
Yeah, oh, and by the way, you know what happened in this? The orcs broke through, killed everybody, men, women, and children, and paved the entire pathway to the Dark Portal with their bones. That's why it's called the Trail of Destiny. That's right. You know, a Burning Crusade.
An image, like a drawing of
Path
the
of,
Siege of Calibur.
Sorry, guys. The Path of Glory. Even better. Fucking even better. The Path of Glory. Yeah, no pussies allowed.
To show that, like, World of Warcraft, when it's set on another planet with, you know, the Fel and all these things happening, it can still feel badass too. That's, like, the point. It's like, we want WoW to make us feel like that. Not WoW to be what it's basically delivering us right now. So that's one of the big things. Cool stuff just doesn't happen. And it's not told by gameplay. I mean, even take Wrath of the Lich King, the whole situation leading up to the Wrathgate in terms of quest design.
And you think about the Dark Portal itself. I said this before. You know the two guys with the swords in the Dark Portal? They were meant to be the original Death Knights raised by the Horde to symbolize the Horde's control and mastery over the realm of death and to strike fear into anyone who sees them. Yeah, so basically I'll show you guys. I want you guys to see two pictures here. So this is what it used to be. See this? This is Teron Gorfine, the first ever Death Knight. This is what Death Knights used to be. This is now. There it is. Death Knights used to be fucking scary. It used to be fucking awesome. It would make people burn and bleed from their insides. They were the coolest fucking characters.
Take also in Wrath of the Lich King, whenever
Like
you're
a
first
burrito,
pushing
yeah.
into Ice Crown, and they use a lot of phasing for this, so it kind of bugs out if you've got loads of party members. But fundamentally, like, you build up the Argent base. You know, there's like a big battle and everything, and it's got spectacle and cool factor, right? And that's the kind of thing that's just like, you know, enjoyable. So much of Dragonflight's been nothing. And I think the Bronzeflight stuff, it's another example of what BFA did, where BFA just chewed through so much stuff and kind of was a letdown. It's like N'Zoth. Like N'Zoth, Ny'alotha, that should have been one of the most exciting things to have in the game, yet they blew through that in a single patch, and it was just depthless and rubbish. It's like...
I'm gonna say it again. I think BFA should have happened exactly the way that it did. Shadowlands should have happened exactly the way that it did. And the ending cinematic for Shadowlands should have been Zoval telling you that you got sent to the Shadowlands because N'Zoth actually won. He killed everyone, and now he's going to reset the cosmos to fight against the old gods. The massive fucking plot twist that would have been. And you come back to Azeroth, and it's been like 50 years later. Everything's ravaged by the void. Stormwind is full of like weird parasites and like these monsters. Oh yeah, it would be fucking insane. That's what should have happened. It would have made everything
this
make
Bronze
sense.
Dragon thing feels like another sort of a small version of that, right? So I think they've messed all this stuff up. And again, I'm not saying that this is, you know, the people who love Classic are sitting there reading the quest text, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying the tone of the world, the feeling of the world, the cool shit that happens when you're doing stuff on your character.
Well, Classic is comparatively low fantasy versus like... I think that this is a problem with high fantasy universes, is that sometimes, again, it's like kind of what I was saying about like the Celestials and like Galactus, right? Is that like the power levels and things like that become so abstract that they're not really, you can't really appreciate them in the same way. It's why I think, like, for example, the best like Dragon Ball Z series were like the early ones. Where like before they just had like, you know, this like insane, ridiculous fucking power. Like now apparently like Dragon Ball Super, it's like so crazy, right? Frieza and Cell Saga, right? I think Cell Saga is the peak.
It's just not there. I mean, why did Farak not try to burn down Valdrakken,
yes.
leading to some sort of crazy big scenario where, you know, we defend the city when, you know, the aspects are really pushed back and truly harmed by Farak. Maybe Farak and Viranoth work together to cause a lot of damage to us, which then would fuel, I mean, so much more character drama between Viranoth, Alexstrasza, and Farak. Because instead, what do we get? A whole bunch of characters telling each other things in dialogue. And that's just continually happened. And I think that's just meant it ain't cool. And World of Warcraft used to be cool. Now, it's not just that, it's also the game. And this is where I think I had a little bit of introspection as well. For a long time as a community, what have we done? We've focused on pain points. We've said, this has been annoying, I don't like grinding for that, this doesn't feel intuitive, etc., etc. Now, those are actually important design things to be sure, and I'm really happy with where a bunch of gearing has developed, right? But we kind of got in this weird loop, you know? Artifacts are big and cool, but, you know, they sometimes they're a bit messy. then we moved to the Heart of Azeroth.
Which was completely unnecessary. All of the feedback and changes that the Heart of Azeroth needed were implemented, or sorry, not implemented, were identified in the beta for BFA and the beta for Legion with the legendaries, and Blizzard just ignored them until some point in the future. So yeah, I think that's also a big issue right there. Because I actually thought that the essence system of the Heart of Aspects, I thought it was really good. I really liked it. I thought it was fun.
And that was Blizzard's answer to a bunch of our feedback on artifacts, but it kind of missed the point, and it was a total mess. And after that, there's Covenants, which were kind of a really scuffed answer to...
Which, again, everybody said exactly what they wanted. Blizzard ignored it.
The problem of the Heart of Azeroth having a weak fantasy. And I know that because I know that was Blizzard's internal sort of reasoning for why the Heart of Azeroth wasn't really liked by players. As in, I've talked to people who were in the presentation where that was said top down, this is why it didn't work. We're doing Covenants because we're going to go really hard into the fantasy, and that's how we think the Covenant restrictions are going to work. Like, I know that happened. Yeah. And it's like, that obviously backfired too with the Shadowlands. But
who could have ever predicted that? Who could have ever... Bro, how could they have possibly known that it would have backfired? How could... I mean, bro, it's impossible to know what would have happened in the future. Yeah.
Well, here's the deal.
Everybody
WoW
knew about
hasn't
this
actually
except
grown.
Blizzard.
Because we've just been reinventing the same wheel again and again and again and again. How does gearing work? How does class power work? How does this work? How does that work? We've just been sitting here, iterating in the fundamentals. And the part of Dragonflight that to me is really good is I feel like we've actually arrived in some great places for the future. I look at the talent trees, and you can see Blizzard are, by tweaking the placement of talent.
The talent trees are phenomenal. As a warrior, I really appreciate my talent tree. I think it's good. I think that the person who designed talent trees should be in charge of more things. Yeah. And they're only getting better. Yeah, they're great. I'm a big fan.
Talents and stuff like that, they clearly have more design tools. And they're doing loads of reworks and rebalancing, and that's really good, right? And I think that talent system can really go the distance, and that makes me happy. Same with gearing, especially as we move into patch 10.2. I think gearing's really found a great place. But WoW hasn't grown in the big sense in, say, where are class order halls as an evergreen system? Where is player housing as an evergreen system?
True.
Where is PvP? Like, why is it not... Why did solo...
Nobody cares about PvP because everybody who cares about PvP stopped playing WoW and they started playing Valorant. Or they started playing League of Legends. Or Dota. Everybody quit PvP that really cares about a competitive PvP environment. It's an MMO that's always going to... PvP is always going to play second fiddle to PvE. It is a mini game inside of WoW. And the people that want to invest 10,000 hours into that, the main people that are still doing it have been doing it.
RBG's not happened ages ago. Why are there not new maps? Why are there not new reward things? Mythic Plus, when's it going to get proper rewards? When is it going to provide experiences that work for more people? Mage Towers really liked in 2017?
Yeah.
Where... I know they resurrected it, but that's 5 years ago. Why have you not, brought the Baldur's Guild back already? And I know they're probably going to do that for 10.2.5 or 10.2.7.
The Brawlers Guild, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I remember I would recruit people for my guild from the Brawlers Guild. I would unironically sit at the Brawlers Guild, and I would watch people play, and the people that were good, that could, beat the,
I managed to beat that at the very end, the whole entire thing. I was playing a hunter.
And I wouldn't even message them. I would just, after they'd win the fight, I would just G-invite them. And I'd be like, what's up? So we got the raid on Tuesday. You want to be there? They're just like, yeah. Okay. That was it.
Again, it's been years. And over those years, people have just got apathetic and they've wandered away. Where's challenging solo content that exists in the world? I mean,
alright, I'm gonna go for a piss break here. Hold on. Wait for us to get back in queue.
Large gutsy features that get people excited. And this is the strange thing, because it has bit them before. You know, they did the garrisons, and those kind of backfired because I think they were quite misled in their design philosophy. They've done all the, you know, the big expansion build around borrowed power things, which, broadly speaking, post-artifact weapons backfired. But
I liked corruption. I thought it was fun. I did. I thought it was fun. Was it balanced? No. Was it fun? Yes. It was crazy. Some absolute ridiculous bullshit. Being LP was fun. Yeah. Getting it wasn't fun, but having it was.
I think what's happened is they've just become extremely defensive in their design. So to me, it doesn't feel like they've learned from artifacts and, you know, learned from all of these things, and now they're going to take a swing at something, I don't know, try to do some like big new exciting feature that's perhaps evergreen, lasts for longer, right? Stands to the game for multiple expansions. And I feel like they may be able to do that soon. But I think for a lot of people, as I said, so many fell into the black hole.
I think also, like, there's an issue with, like, reward bloat in WoW. That there's just so many things in the game, so many rewards in the game, that nothing in the game really feels meaningful or special because everybody has something that's special. Like, for example, in Burning Crusade, and even in Wrath, but, like, Wrath to a lesser extent, but in Burning Crusade, bro, like, if you saw somebody on Asses of Alar, it was like, if you saw somebody on a Gladiator Proto-Drake, or a Gladiator, you know, the other one, Nether Drake, you're like, you know, that's like, what the fuck, right? And so he's got all that kind of, again, you've got all that kind of stuff that's like really fucking cool, right? You have those things that stand out. And I think that, like, again, I feel like it peaked in the Legion pre-expansion event where everybody was flying. Like, the Legion pre-expansion event should have been the end, right? Like, that expansion should have been the end. Where, like, everybody has all of their cool stuff. It's like the last fucking scene in Avengers Endgame. Everybody's got their upgraded weapon. You know, fucking Captain America's got his new suit. Thor has his new axe. You know, fucking Iron Man's got his new suit. You know, everybody is ready. And it's like so fucking cool, right? Because everybody has all their shit, all their upgrades. It's like the end of like an anime. It's like the big fight scene. And then after that, you have to reset it. It has to reset. You can't just keep adding more and more and more. I remember the first guy on my server got Shadowmourne. He was a Fury Warrior and he looked so badass. Yeah, with that red armor, I bet. Fuck yeah. For me, the first special thing in Cataclysm was the Rogue Assassination Daggers. I loved raiding and farming to get the upgrades. The quest line for Dragonwrath and the Fangs of the Father, the two legendaries in Cataclysm, were probably two of the best quest lines Blizzard's ever made. Now, the best quest line Blizzard has ever made, everybody knows it, is the Scepter of the Shifting Sands. It is the best quest line in the game that has ever been made, and it was made over 15 years ago. And I think nothing has come close to that.
Of apathy past the event horizon in Shadowlands. And a lot of people are slowly falling into that now. And I think the problem has been that for those of us who were not close to the event horizon, we were able to pull ourselves back out and enjoy the good things that are there in Dragonflight. But for a lot of people who are too close to that event horizon, the problem with Dragonflight is that even though it is objectively better in so many different ways, fundamentally, it's kind of mid and boring. Cool things don't really happen that much. And like...
Well, badass things don't happen. Like, cool things happen. Oh, that's cool. But we're talking about things that are badass. Something crazy. Like, look at this, bro. Like, who gets excited about this? Somebody who has a deviant art account. That's who. Jesus. The fuck is this? What's this weird pussy shit?
Game design, what you're doing is you're making an experience that somebody is going to, I don't want to say have fun with, because
Rathian's dragon form, he looks like a little bitch too. I don't like it. You should have more spikes and stuff coming out of him.
Fun is a very narrow definition of what a game should be doing.
Like a little bitch.
But it's just that thing. We've spent years talking about every single little detail but the big picture has kind of passed all of us by, and perhaps even the developers too. And maybe this is a fault of both, like, developers and community, that we all just got kind of so focused in these things, and it's meant that WoW hasn't, like, grown, that it's been digging itself in and out of various different holes. It's been kind of reinventing the same wheel again and again and again, hoping to get it right. But the problem is the amount of time that it took for that just meant that too many people slipped into the black hole of apathy. And it meant that the industry kind of passed them by. And now that means even...
Well, it's like you look at this cinematic and you compare it to the cinematic of Kadan versus Thamine in Lost Ark, which was like not even remotely close to the same level as Blizzard cinematics, but like it was really fucking badass. It was awesome. And like, dude, they didn't say hardly anything. It was just really cool.
Even when the game does good things, people don't care, because now good isn't enough. What things need to be is they need to be exciting. People are so trained that the lore will let them down, that the setting of the game won't be cool, that they're just not willing to even put the effort in. So now, if Blizzard wants to actually get people excited about the setting of Warcraft, it needs to be something big. That's why people really latched on to the to the world revamp thing as an example. Because even though, like, say, Dragonflight has done
So you really couldn't have a better fucking model than this shit, bro. This guy came out in WoD. Or no, not in WoD, in Wrath. Like, look at him. That's General Vezix. Come on. Come on, he's been in the game forever, man.
Even though, like, say, Dragonflight has done so much better, its narrative, like, it's been fragmented, it's been pretty mid. It's, in a way, for so many people, too little too late from a big company that doesn't feel humble. I mean, imagine if in FF14 they decided to lock parts of the MSQ behind different reputations at various different stages of progress. It would be a fragmented, confusing experience. So even when good things are done, a lot of people don't even see them, you know? And I guess there's another elephant in the room here, and that's Blizzard.
And the shields are too small. This is pathetic. Bro, go back and look at the Bulwark of Azeroth. Look at the face
fucking
of
car
death.
door.
Even that was kind of a small shield, but it was bigger than this piece of shit. Look at the Shield Breaker's Bulwark from Felmist. Remember that? How about the shield from Malagos? It was fucking massive.
And I guess there's another elephant in the room here, and that's Blizzard. Because now Blizzard is synonymous with greed more than anything else, and that is the opposite of the past. Because right now in a world where...
I actually don't agree with this. I think every company, people have bad... There are detractors for every company. It doesn't really matter. The reason why this is happening is because people aren't that interested in the story. Nobody cares about what the company does. Like, oh, Bobby Kotick... Oh, right? If the game's good, nobody cares. You saw that with the excitement around Diablo 4 before it came out.
People are really struggling to engage with Warcraft. Outside of a few of us who are still pretty attached to modern and a bunch of people that are really enjoying classic hardcore, they're struggling to get the broad word out, right? And right as that's happening, and we've had the win of the traders, the trading post, oh, we see them turn the screw in the monetization. They turn it more and more and more and more and more.
I cannot even begin to start to think about the possibility of giving a fuck about traders' tenders going on the fucking store whenever you can literally buy gold. You can buy gold and buy carries for everything in the fucking game, but somehow this is beyond the pale. Somehow this is a bridge too far. Oh my god, doing 15, now I don't have to do 15 pet battles. I can just pay $5. This was too much for you. This is the straw that broke the can. Get the fuck out of here. Who cares? That's what you get. Everything after the WoW token, it's what you fucking get. Integrity went out the window whenever you were able to buy gear and buy gold. Went out the window.
To the point where now, you know, we have the most expensive transmog set that's ever came out. Look.
I cannot give a fuck. This is what the community wanted. They wanted this. And they got it. You get what you fucking deserve. I tried to stop this. I did. Nobody wanted to listen.
It's pretty bad, but you clearly know that it's priced that way because of the 500 bonus traders tender.
Yeah, it's a
'Cause
value
you know
add.
it's not a, you know it's not a bonus. There's a reason why that not particularly great looking transmog is the most expensive one there. It's because the traders tender is priced in. And it's priced in, you get 500. Why? Because the matching staff is on the store for 500 tender. It's like, come on. We all know what's going on here.
Oh, really?
That,
Oh, that's cute.
That perception thing.
Oh, that's so cute. I haven't seen
For
this.
a lot of those people who are almost at the event horizon, that's going to push them over. They're going to be sucked in, and it'll be next to impossible to bring them back. And so I think that's what's going on right now. I think fundamentally we've improved loads of things. Loads of their stories have got better, but they've lacked the big cool factor, and they've lacked big cool new features that will make people feel like there's enough.
Well, because they can't implement a cool new feature without making it ruin the game. Because they're unable to adapt to feedback fast enough. Like, that's the problem. It's like, they're like, yeah, so we made this new car, and so it's like fucking electric and shit, and there's like a dashboard on it, and you can like put on, you know, make an Uber order on the thing, and it's self-driving and everything, and then also it's like super shiny, you never need to clean it, it's like really good, and then a player base is like, it's only got 3 wheels. Oh, look, I mean, listen, everybody, listen, I mean, does every car need to have 4 wheels? Okay, so does every car... Look, all right. If every car has 4 wheels, can we really innovate as an automobile developer industry again? You know, because we can't have 4 wheels on every car. I mean, it seems kind of boring, right? You've got to take chances. Right? And that's what happens. Don't you guys have wheels? Yeah, it's okay. Just drive to the left more.
You know, to have them
And that's what
warranted,
happens.
you know, be warranted to come back. And I think people in the WoW team may be like, what the fuck, dude? We're putting out more patches than we've ever put out. We're trying so goddamn hard. We have so many teams working in parallel on so much content. What more could you people want? And I think this is the bit where it becomes really goddamn challenging. Like, even think about recent games that have came out. I know, like, Starfield, some people love it, some don't, whatever. But
Starfield has the same vibe. Jesus.
But before that, Armored Core.
Armored Core, bro. Like, remember the fucking the beginning of this? Where it's like 621, let's give you a reason to live again. And they fucking steal a mech, and you're like doing like different missions for corporations. Oh, it was so fucking badass. And at the end of it, you destroy a planet. Oh, it was so good.
Before that, Baldur's Gate, which is probably quite relevant to a lot of the WoW audience. There are so many games out there. The market is so competitive. And even though some big AAAs have been disappointments, like, others have been incredible. There's loads of fantastic indies. Like, this has been an insanely good year for video games. And that means that being a 7 out of 10 isn't good enough.
That's right.
It's clearly not good enough anymore. There needs to be a big, exciting cinematic.
There it is, bro. I remember I woke up in the morning and I watched this video on my phone, and I got up and I told my mom, I said, the new cinematic is out. And she's like, really? I said, yeah, let's watch it. And I watched it again with my mom in her room. Fuck yeah. It was so good, dude. Fucking insane.
That reminds people why they like Warcraft again.
Yeah.
something that feels like the WAD cinematic or even the BFA cinematic, that feels like, say, the art of the Battle of Calibur or the art that they commissioned to celebrate classic.
This was okay.
You know, classic hardcore.
Yeah.
Like, that's the Warcraft that almost everyone fell in love with, right?
And it's also like, it's not like Blizzard can't do this. Like the artwork for Diablo, like especially like not the end game artwork, but like the out of game artwork that they do, like the Diablo 4 artwork, I think is fucking insane. It's so good. I love it.
To be honest, in a way,
so they can
I
do
feel
it.
like they know this too. I think that's the thing. They know this too. There's been a fair amount of internal discussion on that team, from what I understand, about the direction of the game, and quite a few people on that team, I think, are not particularly interested in. You know, they're more interested in the kind of, well, Dragonflight storytelling. Because as much as, you know, Ian's talked about how it's amazing to, you know, to be working with Chris again, and I believe that, and, you know, there's been quite a lot of buzz about that lately. I've also heard one or two bits of buzz on the grapevine that some people are really frustrated by it because it's no longer the WoW that they want to work on. But the thing is, it's like, yeah, well, Metzen kind of did establish WoW, and I think...
Well, you got to keep in mind that, like, it's not your game, it's the game... A lot of these, and this is the problem that certain people have, right, is they have this ego. This is the same ego that led them to fuck up Game of Thrones. It's the same ego that leads them to fuck up The Witcher. It's the ego that you think that you know better than the guy that is the reason why you have a job. No, you don't. No. And again, every once in a while, they do it right, and it's okay. That hit hard? Yeah, that's all there is to it. Like, for example, go watch Sin City. Look at the graphic novel. It's the same fucking thing. And it was an amazing movie. Yeah, look at One Piece. One Piece is such a great example. The One Piece live action was like the guy, I don't really watch One Piece, so I don't know a lot about it. But like, I know that the guy that made One Piece was like extremely invested in this. It wasn't amazing. It was amazing because it attracted a new audience. It attracted an audience of people like my dad. My dad brought it up to me. He watched the entire One Piece live action. He thought it was great. He loved it. He had to approve it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the showrunner understands One Piece. You know why? Because he's a massive fucking fan of One Piece. It's that simple. He's not making jokes about how they don't care about the subject matter or they're going to get rid of the main character. It's like, imagine if the showrunner's like, yeah, we don't like Luffy. We're going to get rid of Luffy. Well, no, that's like the main guy. You can't do that. Well, that's what happened with The Witcher.
The player base, they want the WoW that was informed by Chris and Samwise as two examples to cover, like, you know, art, tone, stuff like that. And yes, that means we're actually not looking for a super, like, deep, incredible, the highest of art experience. We're actually not looking for that. What we're looking for is a big fucking cool world where really, really cool archetypical stuff happens with a few nice twists here and there.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually what people want. People want
Remember
to
this? Oh my god, bro. That by the way, you know what this is? This is Thrall. That was Thrall right there.
Feel like the Grom and Thrall cinematic from Warcraft 3. They want to feel like the Warlords of Draenor opening cinematic. That is what WoW should be hitting, not renewal. Fuck Night.
Oh my god, bro. Like, this shit.
Elves. Which has, I think, been the TLDR of the game recently. Thankfully, 10.2 actually handles Night Elves really well. So, I think all of this is to say, that's what I think, I guess that's what I think needs to be said. I haven't had a way to say this outside of the podcast that I do with Matt, but not everybody watches the podcast. And in a world where almost all of the videos we do, people are just like mid, boring, don't give a fuck, don't care. Checked out at 9.1. Man, the amount of people who check out of the game at 9.1, kind of crazy. I think that's...
Yeah, that was the turning point, because that was when... So you've got to remember, like, that was the time that, like, Final Fantasy XIV blew up and it got really popular. And I think that a lot of the people, like, might not still be playing Final Fantasy XIV every day, but they moved over and then they played New World, or they played Lost Ark, or they played another game after that.
It's like the main, like, time period that I hear from people. And they just haven't checked back in
Or
yet, and they've
hardcore
looked
WoW,
at Dragonflight, and it's just like, not really, not that much happens. It's even simple things like, if you wanted people to be excited about a playable dragon race, you would not have made the Evoker.
If you wanted people to be excited about a playable dragon race, you wouldn't have made them look like little sissy femboys. What the fuck are you talking about? This is pathetic. Like, we had these big-ass, hulking, massive dudes in, like, what, Blackwing Lair? And you couldn't have that. You even got them as NPCs walking around. What's wrong with sissy femboys? I don't want to be one. That's what's wrong. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Did the Evoker well, but it was the wrong thing to do. Sometimes, right, it's not how hard you row, it's what boat you're in. Or, you know, it's like
yeah, I get it.
You rowed really hard, but unfortunately, your boat was facing the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And that's the situation, say, with the Evoker. Because what the core Warcraft audience actually wants...
See that? See, guys, see? See, it's right, it's literally, guys, it's literally right there. It's fucking right there, and you just, what the fuck happened? And even this one looks kind of okay, right? But this one looks way better.
Was those big, buff, gnarly Draconoids.
Yeah.
From back in the day.
Back in the
that
day.
people remembered.
That's right. Yes.
Free win. Instead, yeah, you created a whole bunch of esoteric lore that is tied up in order versus void. Like, I like the cosmological chart, because that's a big nerd thing. But that can't be the driving thrust of your A-plot.
Well, again, it needs to be a shadow in the story, man. It can't be the fucking story. It never works. I don't think it almost ever works whenever you actually, like, really interact with those types of characters. It doesn't make sense.
Right? I mean, not unless you are doing some incredibly fine weaving of your narratives, like, say, Final Fantasy XIV was able to do through, like, Shadowbringers and Endwalker, but we're not exactly expecting that from WoW. I hazard to say that that's not what WoW should be trying to emulate. So, yeah, I think that's just, like, that's the situation. They've been miscalibrated. They've been making things good, but they haven't been making the right things. That's, like, the issue. And I think, to be honest, yeah, like, the Evokers... those are part of it. Even look at the dragons, the new dragon models. Why are they so soft and friendly looking?
True. Fucking true. Absolutely. Fucking
like when you saw
Spyro
bronze
looking
dragons
ass.
way back in the day, like, they looked dangerous. The friendly dragons looked dangerous. And that was cool. Because they did seem like some...
And he fucking kill you if you go anywhere near him. Why? Because fuck you, that's why. Get the hell out of here.
Crazy bunch, you know, greater than us. But like now they're very soft. So why did you do that? Even some of the art. Why is Nosdormu so moisturized? Where's the texture in his face? I don't know. But there's just a bunch of things that, to borrow something from Suramar, don't feel quite right. And I actually think I've stumbled on the thing. Dragonflight is mostly pretty damn good. But, in the words of that Suramar NPC, something is not quite right. And to not be doomer about it...
I don't think it's not something, it's just a game made for sissies. This is pussy shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know why it's like everybody talks around this. Like, most of the people that are really invested in WoW are fucking guys. They're hairy, bald men. Like, that's what that's the main audience. And if you think it's not, go to BlizzCon. Yeah, there's girls there, sure. And there might even be a few femboys. But mainly, we're talking about middle-aged, hairy, bald men. That's really what it is. And this story doesn't hit the same for them as it might for a femboy. That's it. In cargo shorts, yes, exactly.
I think there's a reason that Metzen is back in a fairly substantial way. I do think that world revamp will happen, and I do think that they'll be investing time into bigger features. I think that with Dragonflight, they needed to get their house in order. And while they were getting their house in order, some things got a whole bunch better, some things did not get a whole bunch better.
Yeah.
But now their house is a lot more in order, and they're actually able to make content. So I suppose, if they're doing world revamp, that kind of thing, I suppose like that, guided by Metzen, who I think at least knows what Warcraft should be feeling like, we could actually be going somewhere. And I think that's all I've got in the tank for this one.
I don't know what's going to happen with the BlizzCon. I have no idea. I'm not expecting them to completely fucking go and be like, oh my god, everything is better, everything has changed. But, like, I'm hoping that it will be at least a step in the right...
Oh
Look,
no,
sometimes,
it's a 73.
you know, it's not spawned by a piece of news or a new thing in the game. Sometimes,
got more
you know,
HP than the
I just see a
tank.
feeling. I see a feeling in the comments.
Red
section.
alert,
I see a
wee
feeling when I'm
woo,
talking
wee
to my
woo.
friends. And sometimes I have to engage with that feeling, and I don't know, maybe this has resonated with you, maybe you feel kind of listened to, maybe you don't. Let me know. I genuinely do want to know. It's one of those strange things, like, I've found it easier to be closer to Warcraft now. I'm like actually, you know, enjoying stuff in the admittedly not a humongous amount of time that I've had to play, but like, it's definitely not like that for a lot of people. So there you go.
It's the vibe,
What do you
man.
think?
It's
That's
all
it
about
for
the
me,
vibe.
though. If you want to see more, you can check out our news channel. And of course, there's a bunch of content on this channel. I've really been enjoying the lore content we've been doing lately. And if you do want to hop back into the game, the gearing, the leveling guides that we did recently, I think you'll really find those useful too. Okay, that's it for me. See you next time.
There it is. Bro, I can't wait for a quest to bring Malfurion gluten-free elven bread because his PTSD from BFA made him gluten intolerant, but you have to get it from a non-GMO organic farm in Elwyn. You think that's funny, bro? Like, I don't think that's fucking funny at all, because they're gonna do that. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. It's sad, man. It really is sad. I'm so glad I finally watched this. I know I put it off for a while, and it finally was time. There it is. It's a great video by Belluer.
Hello everyone! With patch 10.2 on the horizon, as well as BlizzCon around the corner, and apparently, if I read Twitter right, the last major patch for this expansion, I figured it'd be kind of a good idea to recap what happened so far. For those that might be coming back into the game, for those that are still playing it, list off what happened in Dragonflight, what did we do, and perhaps find out what was the point.
The world has been sundered. It cries out in pain.
Over 10,000 years ago, the world of Azeroth fought out the so-called War of the Ancients. Victory was earned, but at a great price, as the world sundered apart. Magic drained from the land, and their dragon isles went dormant. This forced the dragons to leave their home behind, but they did charge some watchers to keep an eye on the place, hoping that someday the elemental energies would resurge again and draw the dragons home to re-establish their kingdom. It took a bit longer than they expected, over 10,000 years, but the call has gone out for some reason, and I don't think they've explained exactly why. Hello there, me from the future. I posted this question on Twitter as well to find an answer, and it was Malganeer, who runs a French lore channel. They directed me to an interview up on the millennium.org website. Here they speak with Steve the Newser, and they ask the same question.
On sait que c'est Koranos qui a éveillé les îles aux dragons en rallumant le fanal de tir.
A rough translate comes down to, we know that it was Koranos who awakened the Dragon Isles by relighting the Beacon of Tyr. But to this day, we don't really have any context about what made us go to the Dragon Islands. Who or what awakened Koranos? Was this some kind of immune reaction from Azeroth after enduring successive attacks from Sargeras, N'Zoth, and Zovaal? What's up with Koranos and the Dragon Isles waking up? Does this have anything to do with Sargeras' Stab of the World, the events with N'Zoth and Zovaal? To which Steve says, oui.
Ces dernières années, il s'est passé pas mal de choses en Azeroth, comme vous l'avez mentionné, Sargeras qui blesse le monde avec son épée géante.
Which again, excuse the rough translation, comes down to, yes, in recent years a lot has happened in Azeroth, as you mentioned. Sargeras hurting the world with his giant sword, Azerite starting to erupt, leading to a war for acquiring this new power, Zovaal who attempted in the Shadowlands to tear away the world soul of Azeroth to rewrite reality itself, and all of these things had an effect on the world. As we already know, there exists this world soul, which has been dormant for a very long time, and regarding the awakening of the Dragon Isles, you should know that it was not Koranos who triggered it. He was only reacting that the earth all around him was awakening. This is an indication that the world soul, which has been dormant until then, is beginning to stir, and this awakening is something that's begun to manifest itself in Dragonflight. But this also be the theme that continues to be developed in the future. This is a story to follow as it develops. So yeah, from this interview, we get the confirmation that Azeroth was hurt quite a bit in the past. But now, you know, cleansed from the old gods, she's been healing the 5-year time skip. I believe it was 5 years. She's now starting to stir. I haven't seen any story related to Azeroth itself in the game. The elements just kind of wake up, and we're not told why. We're just told that they are through the Primalists suddenly showing up. We're not told where they have been either all this time, but we are told that they were there, that they showed up. So yeah, there's still a bit of fair storytelling that needs to be done in-game, and this is not entirely out of the blue though, like Azeroth awakening, the elements waking up as well. She has been hurt before, and then started to consume these elemental forces, and it seems like her healing now, that's what causes the elements to become more dominant and active again. At least, that seems to be where they want to take the story. Once again, a big thank you to Malganeer for directing me to the millennium.org website. Thankfully, they've done this interview, because otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten our answers. The elements have resurged. The call went out. They started searching for their lands. Meanwhile, Stony Tony deactivated their cloaker device, kicking off a brand new expansion, kicking off Dragonflight. Now, not just the Isles woke up, the Dragfear did as well. These are hidden forces, once created by Neltharion, or as most of you know him as, Deathwing the Destroyer. He used a Titan relic to keep complete control over his forces, but he lost it during their war with the Primal Incarnates. While the war would be won by the Dragon aspects, and the Primal Incarnates were locked away. Deathwing no longer trusted the Dragfear to follow his lead on their own accord. With the aid of Malygos the Blue, the Dragfear were locked and hidden away, placed within magical slumber. For nearly 20,000 years now, they've been kept underground. Now, in the current day, as an ancient magical surge ripples through the Forbidden Reach, the Dragfear, awaking from the long slumber, straight into battle, because Primalists, led by Kurok Grimtotem, have shown up to liberate Razaketh, one of those Primal Incarnates defeated and imprisoned by the Aspects. We're unable to defeat her right here. She flies away to go and liberate her siblings. Now, some of the Dragfear then decide to join either the Alliance or the Horde. Some of them decide to do their own thing, travel the Dragon Isles and help out where they can. And some of them decide to become our enemy and form the Sundered Flame. Their vow to serve the dragons was sundered, just as Neltharion had broken their promises to them. That set the stage to go into the actual Dragon Isles, discover this long-lost place with rich ties to dragon history. On the Waking Shores, we joined Rephion on his quest of claiming to see the power for the Black Dragons, as well as the seat of leadership, as he wants to be their aspect. Surprisingly, he was not the only one. Sibelian has returned from Outlands, and the two not really brothers, they're now going head to head to earn the favor of their flight while fighting off any enemies, like the Jardin, mighty dragon hunters of the past. On the other side, we follow Alexstrasza, who goes head to head against Razagev, reclaiming the Ruby Life Pools, the ancestral nesting grounds for their 5 flights. The Yunnaran Plains revealed ancient Centaur, heavily in conflict with each other as the Primalists fuel their war efforts. We side with the Maruk, learn more about the history with the Green Dragonflight, and secure the lands by taking out the Primalists. The Azure Span is all about the Blue Dragonflight, and we even get a chance to party with a simulacrum of Sindragosa. Sindragosa before she became all undead and screamy. Caligos learns all about family from the Tusker, and together with Khadgar manages to fight off Razagev. While some of his flight has answered the call to come home, not all return to their aspects. Oh yeah, and there's also some decayed knolls. Teldrassus houses the capital city, as well as the Vault of the Incarnates, the place where Razagev's siblings are being held captive. Here we can help out Chromie, Nosdormu and the Bronze Dragonflight with some wacky adventures through time. But his ultimate fate of turning into the Infinite Dragon Moruzand still looms on the horizon. After leveling through the Dragon Isles, we get more familiar with the locals, and we earn renown with the Dragascale Expedition, the Maruk Centaur, the Ishkara Tusker, and the Vel Draken Accord. We learn a bit more about our allies and the lands that we party in. Hints at why there was a war between the Primal Incarnates and the Dragon aspects. Hints at how Keeper Tyr and the Titans might not be as great as we thought. Perhaps we can ask him some questions when we're done rebuilding Keeper Tyr. We also managed to bring the Green Dragon Ysera back from the Shadowlands by having Malfurion take a nap in her stead. She will help guide her daughter into a role as aspect of the Greens. And then finally, our overarching story that was to solve some of the problems that the different flights were having and then re-empower them. Make them proper aspects again, since some of them have died, and all of them have sacrificed.
Wait, is Asmund talking on the live?
At the end of the
oh shit, that was like a half hour ago. I don't know why it's not showing that on the cell phone feed. Yeah, that was Asmund.
That simply fails. No matter though, heroes still rise up and save the day. Into the Vault of the Incarnates to stop Razagev from releasing her siblings. The Primalists that try to stop us, like Kurog, are wiped out. Thunder Chicken also goes down, but not before opening up the prisons. Virak, Viranov, and Iridokron take over the torch from their sister. They become our new threat to focus on. With Razagev gone, the storm she placed upon the Forbidden Reach disappeared. Forbidden Reach being the place where she was set free, where the Dragfear came from. And we uncovered more of the history of Neltharion and the Dragfear. The Sundered Flame also proved themselves quite the opponents, but Scale Commander Emberfall remains at the side of the Black Dragon Ebonhorn and is determined to bring her kind into the future, into a new peaceful era, opposite of what Scale Commander Sarkarev and the Sundered Flame wants. In the meantime, the Incarnates do not sit still, and have created a path into the Zaralek Caverns, where Neltharion's secret laboratory is kept. Virak is asked to go down there and consume the powerful substance of Shadow Flame, fire infused with shadow, which has been partially responsible for the madness of Deathwing. We quickly follow, of course, Remphion and Sibelian bickering along the way, while Ebonhorn keeps a cool head and steps up in the role of leader. Despite that, we are still unable to stop Virak here, and the Blazing One does what he does best, torches the town of Loam, home of the Niffens. We can't exactly do something about him now, a threat for another day, while Virak torches the land above. Instead, we turn our attention on Aberrus, the Shadowed Crucible. This is Neltharion's hidden laboratory, where he performed some foul experiments, worked on creating the Dragfear. In the end, we see Sarkarev fully embracing that legacy, the powers of the Void, believing himself to be entitled to Neltharion's legacy. Those who have been paying attention though, you know that that is one.
I thought there was like dungeon quest like right outside here.
Sarkarev is dead on the floor. Or Remphion and Sibelian, they decide that Ebonhorn is their best pick for new aspect of the
unless that's like a part of a quest line that I'm doing now.
But we also dealt with the blue. More of their flights have returned home, but several are in need of some assistance before they can make the journey. Sindragosa, Melagos, and Senegos, they're sent off into an eternal rest, bringing together the family like never before. Honestly, this is one of the better quest lines that they've ever done, which brings past, present, and future all together. Definitely worth your time to check out. And speaking of time, let's move on to the Bronze Dragonflight. Their aspect Nosdormu has known for quite a while now that his fate is to be turning into Murozond, a corrupted version of himself that would lead the infinite Dragonflights. Instead of guarding the so-called true timeline, he would go against it, betray everything that he stands for. Not to worry though, Chromie is gonna do anything she can to prevent this, leading us into an adventure against her infinite counterpart Morchi. Through the dawn of the infinite we went, while Iridicron sided with the infinites for some nefarious purpose. The Timeways took us back, all the way back to the dawn of the aspects, where they took on their first threat together, Galagrand. United, they managed to bring the behemoth down, and they would eventually be empowered to become the dragon aspects. There, we find ourselves on a crossroads. We first stop Iridicron from sucking some kind of power out of the corpse of Galagrand, but that meant the corruption of Nosdormu into Murozond. So, we tried it a second time, this time focusing on preventing the corruption first. But that meant that Iridicron got away. He now has a disc brimming with whatever power he took out of the corpse of Galagrand. Besides him in the portal is a shadow of what we speculate to be Xalatoth. I think it's pretty safe to say that Iridicron is partying with the powers of the void, but all of that is still a story to be told. In this moment, it seems like Chromie has done it. She's managed to stop Nosdormu from becoming Murozond, and he's even been trying to see things from the perspectives of the infinites. Oh, and the Dragfair unlocked a brand new spec to play, Augmentation, a more supportive role to perform. We also saw the remaining Sundered Flame return into the fold, stepping away from Sarkareth's goals and joining our side. So Iridicron is out there somewhere, potentially gonna be a bridge into the next expansion. But his brother and sister, Firak and Virna, they're busy trying to gain entrance into the Emerald Dream, the domain of the Green Dragonflight. Inside, there grows a new world tree, one born of the seed gifted to the Night Elves by Elune and the Winter Queen. This happens during the Shadowlands. It holds the spirits of their people that burned with Teldrassil, their hopes and dreams for the future. This tree must be protected, but Nosdormu can sense that it might actually burn. That's Firak's goal anyways. The corrupted fire within is pushing him to extremes. So much so that Virenov, she decides that she can no longer stand with them. Despite their history, the war over not wanting to be aligned with the Titans, with the domain of order, the millennia of imprisonment that had followed, despite all of that, Virenov wants what is best for the world and its children, and so she warns Alexstrasza of what is to come. They were once extremely close, and again the Queen asks her to stand with them. Despite claiming that all she had left was vengeance, this time Virenov accepts, meaning that she's now with us, going into the next patch, Guardians of the Dream. We have dealt with the black, blue and the bronze storylines. Time to now deal with the green Dragonflight, and maybe at some point also the reds. Time's gonna tell, I suppose. But for now, thank you very much for watching, everyone. Subscribe if you like my videos. Leave a like if you enjoyed this one. And until next time, see ya!
Okay. I guess he had nothing else to say after that. Maybe it's time to listen to some music. Did we listen to Zelda Lo-Fi yesterday? I forget. Maybe Zelda Dubstep? I don't know. Or let's listen to, what was it? Cyberpunk OST. Me in the mood to, like, grind. I used to listen to, like, Jet Set Radio Future, but this is, like, the more modern stuff, I guess. Yeah.
Guardians said that cave. What the hell? Is that like a farming spot for people or something? What the fuck? Alright, I don't know how I'm supposed to do this quest. I picked it up, but like I tried using the item, didn't seem to get anywhere.
Check it out.
Bro, I can't see. Ah! So foggy here. It's like Fortnite shit. Oh my god. Okay, this works. Got the thing for that, the credit. That works.
Check it out.
Earth Ellie for the win. Used that to save the run here. Able to get the res. Doesn't like, oh, I was muted there, but doesn't like the slow hand weapon like actually like scale off of like, or Sinister Strike scales off of the slow hand weapon, so it isn't that good though? Bro, the other guy thinks he's a shaman tank. What the fuck? The tank didn't need it, so that guy needed it. I'm like, well, if the other Ellie shaman wants it, I want it too. I bet he didn't even equip it, right? He just took it for the sake of taking it. No, he has a green fucking cloak on and he did not equip that shit. What the fuck? This guy is griefing. I don't get it though. Like, what the hell? I'm more geared than this guy, but he's not. I mean, I guess he probably has the proper Ellie build than me. Like, I have like the tank Ellie build, so I'm not. He's casting like, oh wait, he's thunderstorming, chain lightning and shit. But I'm like frost shock and Nova. Like, of course he should be doing more, but like, Dan, he has lower gear score than me. I mean, I guess like I said before, gear score doesn't mean everything if like you're itemized perfectly. Something can be a higher DPS increase even if it's lower gear score. I just want higher gear score to get into dungeons and shit. Yeah, basically the meta is to like wear a stupidly high clown suit of high gear score shit, and then just like when you're in the raid, you actually just pop on like your gear score shit that like does high DPS, and they're like, wait, you're this gear score, but it's like, yeah, but I'm out DPSing you, dumbass. Is this guy actually needing everything? We should just like kick his ass. Wait, I mean, is that an upgrade? That's literally, yeah, fuck this guy, man. Ninja. Fuck that guy. Even if he's 80. Like, come on. Don't tell me that fails. There we go, fuck that guy. No, seriously, fuck that guy. He just thinks because he's an 80 DPS, he's like, I deserve the right to all that. Fuck that guy. Honestly, yeah, fuck him. Like, he's rolling on gear that could be for other people. I mean, clearly, like, no one wanted that tank neck, or, what you call it? Well, the tank didn't want the tank item. I was gonna roll on it. Then that guy fucking rolls on it, and he ain't even, like, what you call it? Equipping it, that motherfucker. But he was pumping, but, like, come on now. That doesn't give you an excuse to, like, need all the fucking gear. You think you're like, yeah, I deserve it. I'm carrying these guys. Like, yeah, that's kind of toxic as fuck if you ask me. Oh my god. I know it, the healer is a fucking G. Wait, then who's tanking this over here? Oh, okay. Oh, Arthas, yeah. Oh no. Bubbling. I don't have a healing pot. Do I got a healing pot? Yes I do. Popping it. Hell yeah, that healer is a fucking G. I think we could do this with like what we have. If healer's able to keep me up. Just need him to get like mana though. Yeah, because without a tank here, I have the highest threat now. I mean, you do sometimes too as well, but like you're level 80, you're like geared to the teeth, so it's like I'm not too worried about you getting threat. But I can like pull threat off the warlock and the priests. Did Arthas keep on going? Okay, there he is. Oh yeah, we're not quite done, but like we got like a little checkpoint here. I'm gonna wait for get mana priest. Arthas ain't waiting on ya. Alright, I'm gonna help out. Doing big AoE, dropping my bubble totem. You're actually being healed pretty good, Numbskull, my boy, my rogue tank friend. We're just practicing for Season of Discovery, Shaman and rogue tank combo. Alright, popping my shit, and then I'm gonna just like kite just a wee bit, just so healer can top me off. Re-engaging with armor totem. Hell yeah. I gotta get mana though, but I think Arthas is gonna keep going no matter what, so I'm just gonna keep on getting mana while he has some threat on it. Arthas is like our actual like pseudo tank dude that's like going in. Just gonna get a little drink here before I can go help out. Get at least, I may as well fill my mana. Close enough. Alright, we successfully got him here. I think that's the quest.
I mean, we got it, right? For a 4-man, I'd say that's pretty good. Shaman tank / rogue tank. This guy was next in threat, so like, but I knew like Numbskull, like Legolistus is like the next one after, so it's like he's gonna survive. So yeah. I think I got a quest for this guy or something, right? I did the Royal Escort. I don't know if I end it with this guy or I go back to Chromie or something. I'm gonna follow him. What the fuck? Wait, oh, over here. Okay, never mind. I'm blind. I thought I was supposed to get the quest off of Arthas. I guess Chromie's over here? Yeah, okay, okay.
Well, I have enough to buy second talent tree. 1,000 gold. I'll have like another, or maybe a full Ellie, like an actual Ellie build. This is like Ellie tank, and then like I'll build up my enhanced gear, and then I'll re-roll one of these to like enhance. I believe that's what I do with my other Shaman tank. I'll have to do a lot of PvP, like a lot of arenas and shit.
To the max.
Alright, we got ourselves a violet hold. Not bad. That should give me at least two bars at least. Maybe three.
We only getting started. Yeah, I got the light. He got the light. We got the light. What you know about it? So much light. More light than a spike in your power bill. Or a match when it strike, we devour ill. They don't know how to feel. Their minds cripple, mental game bangers. Never saw losers, but we game changers. Rearrange strangers with the Rickers. Next mission, bring the light to your home, electrician. I've been grinding since the basement. If you know, you know, man, you not adjacent. I'm in a league of my own. My soul speaking through poems. Both your speakers are blown for my songs. Let's get it on. I'm ready for the challenge. The dichotomy of dark and light is all about balance. Life's never perfect. Beauty runs deeper than the surface. Album on sale, but the soul not for purchase. Birth this ill style with mild symptoms. It gets them ecstatic. I'm a shock to the system. Warrior. Battle scarred, yet these bars hard. Thus became an author, not the aardvark. I say, this the hard part. Restarted the lost art. Can make a smash from the mouth. I'm an all-star. Like this, light switch. Life is priceless. Like this, light switch. Life is priceless. Hit the light switch if you need a light switch. Like this, right quick for the night shift. I got the light. We got the light. We got the light switch. Sacrifice a ticket to the afterlife. My mission isn't done on earth. Alert the Xerxes versus fuel my appetite. I have the right insight. World needs the facts of life. Healthy as an apple slice. This what real rappers like. International. Took a vacation. Still working on my sabbatical. Casual but tactical. Listen up, please. I'm more than a chess piece. Pawn starving a bargain for scraps while the rest eat. Left me to fend for myself. And I conquered where the wild things are with the monsters. As the earth keeps turning. Lies keep turning. My eyes see burning. Fire desire required. I'm blessed as 3 sermons. Speaking that breeze, defeat vermin. Billie Jean, you can see the light. Every step that I take, walk with a glow kept to my fate. Like this, light switch. Life is priceless. Like this, light switch. Life is priceless. Hit the light switch if you need a light switch. Like this, right quick for the night shift. I got the light. We got the light. We got the light switch. Shine on, young king, with the gleam of mother redeemer, queens of radiant demeanor, beams of light. I know you've seen us shine bright through the zeitgeist, baking on jewels, hit a nice heist, drop a few gems, then ignite mics. Land of the free, but it comes with a slight price. You are not nice. Rappers want to battle, not a sweat. Quiet is kept like Naruto's wife. He not a threat. Young vet in the place. Masses, brains all trash. The mind is a terrible thing to waste. Darkness embraced like a plague, but our light never will be dim. Better grab a pair of shades, but shine all in your face. I got the light, he got the light switch. Double, we can't stop shining, fam. It's what we do. Paint the sky blue. I feel a little static shock out here. What? They talk about.
Hey yo, this is my rogue tank moderator right there, chat. Hey yo. Oh, I see the hunter's actually good. He's misdirecting the paladin, I think. Unless that's a misdirect on me, I don't know. Or on you. It looked like we still had aggro. Looks like you're gonna have to trickshot the tradesman. Fucking hell, you're slaying that shit, dude. It makes the logical sense that that healer would heal your ass. Right, rogue tank doing 3 times the damage of everyone else. Better keep him alive. Me and you are like way higher threat than the actual fucking paladin tank here. I don't know what he's doing wrong, or if he's just slacking or something. Yeah, you basically have like over 2 times his gear score and like the amount of power that you have as a rogue. Even like the fact I'm out-threading this guy is concerning actually. Like, he's 80, he should have all his like talents, all his skills at like the right rank, right? As a protection, but like I'm pulling more threat than him at like 79, I don't know. We're a bit too quick. I don't have lust up for like... We'll probably kill it before lust comes up. That's what I'm saying here. No fire alley or like bloodlust. Yeah, it's whatever.
I am hella losing frames there.
Future, flexing, into the ground to the next hit. New brand flex, no resting. Ain't got no time for vexing. Energy, building, bases covered, no switching. No limitation, no ceiling. Make new space for the feeling. Got them moves, got them vibes. We got the strategy, do it all night, do it all day, no wasting time. We got the crew, get ready for the ride. Got them moves, got them vibes. We got the strategy, do it all night, do it all day, no wasting time. We got the crew, get ready for the ride.
Yo, Lagalicious Cuntburger, my dude, you want to do some arenas? If they let us do arenas like cross server, I don't know if that's like a thing. I haven't played since, but apparently we can group cross server. I don't know what's preventing us from like doing arenas or whatever. Like retail, there'll be a lot of cross server arenas like groups basically. But I need to like grind at least 1200, 1300 rating. And I think Rogue, Shaman, we could like destroy shit with Bloodlust every single time. I'll just like get opened on, put like Bloodlust beforehand, and we'll fuck up most comps. So I need to like get a bunch of arena points to get like Destined Slot Shaman tank gear from PvP. The voice of the wind. So a little less than 300,000 experience and I'll be 80. How much will we need to play? This is like a month or two thing of like at least like 10 weeks, you know, 2 months worth of like going at this every week type of deal. Maybe like as I'm like also doing honor grinds in between type of deal, I'll be like, maybe I'll get it in like a week with like honor gear plus like the best arena gear, but like it would take a long time with all the arena like per week. But the higher comp we could get, like if we could do 2s and 3s type of deal, we'd probably be way more successful with 3s. Like I forget what the comp is called where it's Rogue Shaman, like either Ellie or Enhance. I think I'd be best as Ellie, but I've never heard of that comp before. But I mean, I feel like we could make it work. I could like, once I'm 80, I get Hex, so it's like I can like cross CC with you. If you play like sub or something or whatever, do Shadow Dance, like you blind someone then sap them off it type of deal. I mean, if that's like how it works, like if you could use the PvP emblems for PvE gear, yeah, sure. I need them for PvP gear at least, like for all, because PvP gear has like way more higher stamina than most rating pieces, so it's like that's what I'm going after in Shaman Tank. Is how I geared in TBC was like mainly PvP gear. There's some off like rating pieces that like go with it, but it's like you mainly want PvP gear as like a baseline on almost like basically every slot. Like there's a few off raid set pieces that have like more stamina and like actually better stats. Like 'cause you'll be have enough resilience to where it's like you don't need as much PvP gear for the 5.6% reduced chance to be crit. Thing is, I'm still most of my focus on classic era Rogue, since he is more likely to stick around for a long time versus Rod. Yeah, I get that. This is mainly a character I'm like prepping up to be as good as it can be for once Cataclysm comes out, so I can like hold thread against all these like ICC geared people. It's kind of like how I was doing it basically in TBC. I got like all the best PvP like arena gear, because they finally made it for Honor, and you could just do BGs for like the best arena gear, and that would compete with people who were like SWP, like not Tempest Keep, Sunwell Plateau geared from TBC going into Wrath. This may or may not be the last dungeon we do until I'm like level 80. This might get me it. But I'm pretty sure there's like another invisible bar underneath what like my UI is covering. Like there's like 2 more bar or 3 more bars rather than we think. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, so there's like 3 bars. This might not be it. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't done this yet. We'll see.
shit. Well, I guess I couldn't tank this guy. Maybe, I thought he would. He was in PvP gear. That's kind of shitty. I guess we walk back in shame. God damn. We fly back in shame. My guy, it's a 78 to 80 dungeon. They're gonna be either 79, 80, or they're gonna be 78. Alright, so like 1 or 2 more quests or another dungeon will be 80 here for the stream. Less than 6 hours, so we're actually like better than the median average it was taking me. It was, on average from 70 to 80 it was like 3 hours a stream, but some of these streams I like was like faster than the median. But yeah, we schmoovin'. Should probably be level 80 before the 6 hour mark. I mean, we're at 5 hours 12 minutes in for the stream, so we're doing really good in terms of like levels to time played. Alright, there it is. We're level 80, boys and girls. How long did this take me? 5 days, 13 hours, 7 minutes, 0 seconds. Not a bad level up session. I mean, it took me... I didn't do that 5 days in a row, but like almost like 3 hours a day type of deal. So it was like definitely up like a month almost since I died on my hardcore and I started working on this character. So less than a month, I think, for me. Like without being sweaty about it all. Shake that ass. Wanna help me do my quick? Yeah, I don't even know. Like, how do we do arenas? Like, do I gotta make a team? Do I gotta go to Dalaran sewers? Oh, we got a queue there, yeah? Hold on, let's see if we can queue. Or maybe I should go grab my shit and then come back with Hearthstone. Update the stream title, we're now level 80. In 5 days, something time. So I think I can queue here, yeah, 2v2. Oh shit, we can actually queue like cross server. That's kind of lit. And get my PvP gear and shit. It'll be pretty lit. Well, I don't know if our boy's here, but I definitely want to get some arenas out of the way and some BGs and shit to get all my Shaman tank gear. That's what I'm going to need for 80. Going to all this shit. Probably could get some arena gear with honor grinding, so that'll be lit. Alright, that's all of it. Hey, congrats on Sony. Thanks, Koga Soda 2. We are there. We are that guy. Are you here? My boy? Numbskull? Lagalicious? Want to get these 10 arenas out of the way here so I don't have to worry about them later on. Maybe I'll do them with like a homie. I'm gonna take a piss for it back before I do. I don't know if our boy's still here or if he's AFK. I don't think our boy is here. Legs probably like AFK or something, now that I think of it. I'll just find a pug or something, but yeah, I think that'll be a nice ending for the stream. I actually got 80 today. What was the playtime? It took 5 days, 13 hours, 20 minutes, 46 seconds. Or, yeah, something like that. Minus 13 minutes, 14 minutes actually. Yeah. 5 days of playtime all together logged on into this game for me to get from 1 to 80, so not that bad with the Wondrous Journeys book that I don't have anymore, but yeah. That was pretty cool. Call it a stream here. Thank you all for tuning in. I love you all. Have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good morning, wherever you are in the morning. Wherever you are in the world. Morning, afternoon, nighttime. Yeah. Have a good one.